Namaskar. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed dignitaries, invited guests, parents, educators, media, and most importantly, dear students. A very warm welcome to each one of you to this very significant and timely one-day conclave, Infantia, India's first ever national dialogue on children's rights on the internet, organized by the Assam Police Sishu Mitra in collaboration with PIIR Foundation and supported by UNICEF India. I am Olindita, AIG Sports, Assam Police, and it's my pleasure to be a host today. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in an age where the internet dominates everyone's lives, particularly the lives of our children. Raising a child successfully is easily one of the most difficult tasks, more so in today's digital age. Influences from outside, specifically the online culture, has its share of both benefits and risks. Children's rights on the internet broadly include access to information, protection from online exploitation and harm, cyberbullying, age-inappropriate content, privacy, and safe participation in the digital world. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we have come together to address these digital realities, explore the challenges they pose, and seek meaningful solutions, as understanding and managing these aspects are key to ensuring a positive and safe online experience for our children. So, let us embark on this discourse with open minds and a shared purpose. But before we dive into the heart of today's conclave, I guess you must be wondering, what is Infantia? So allow me to introduce Infantia to you. Ladies and gentlemen, Infantia is the platform that brings together parents, educators, law enforcement, media, civil society, and policymakers, all under one roof, to ask the hard questions, to find real solutions, and ensure that every child has the right to be safe, to be seen and heard on the internet. Infantia originates from Latin, where it refers to the early stage of childhood, literally translating to incapacity to speak. Infantia was brought to life by two institutions that have led from the front in safeguarding children both in the digital and the real world: the PIIR Foundation and the Assam Police Sishu Mitra. Proto-Infants Internet Rights, or PIIR Foundation, is a dedicated nonprofit working to protect children's rights in the digital age through groundbreaking research, impactful workshops, and specialized training. PIIR empowers parents, educators, and communities across India to create safer digital environments for children to protect their rights on the internet. While the Assam Police Shishu Mitra program, launched in 2019, supported by UNICEF and UTSAH, is one of India's largest and most impactful child-friendly policing initiatives. The Shishu Mitra program ensures compassionate, empathetic, and speedy justice for every child interacting with the police, setting a national benchmark in child rights protection and justice. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to take you through a short movie on the Assam Police Shishu Mitra program.
In the state of Assam, every year, an average of 5,000 children come in contact with the police system. The laws of the country puts the onus on the police system to ensure speedy justice and to handle child-related cases with extreme sensitivity. To achieve the standards set forth in the laws and to protect children from all forms of hardships, the Assam Police, in a unique endeavor, has implemented the Assam Police Sishu Mitra program, one of the largest child-friendly policing programs in India.
আমার মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী এটা মানচিত্র প্রস্তুত করেছে। এই মানচিত্ৰৰ মতে অসম পুলিচে প্ৰত্যেক শিশুক সুৰক্ষিত ৰাখিব লাগিব আৰু ন্যায় দিয়াব লাগিব।
আমি ৰাজ্যত বাল্য বিবাহ আৰু 18 বছৰ তলৰ বয়সৰ ছোৱালীয়ে
The government of Assam has made child protection a priority, introducing a golden era for the realization of children's rights in the state.
It is with this in mind that we started a collaborative program with UNICEF India and UTSA, an Assam-based child rights protection organization, the fruits of which are now being seen in the results and, at times, if I may say, the happiness or the smiles that we can bring to the faces of parents and children who have been through different kinds of trauma.
মোৰ জীৱনত এটা বহুত দুখ লগা ঘটনা মোৰ নিজা হাজবেণ্ডে মোৰ ছোৱালীক ধৰ্ষণ কৰিছে কিন্তু মই তেতিয়া বহুত ভয় খাইছিলোঁ কাক কম ক'ত যাম কিন্তু মই যেতিয়া থানাত গ'লো উচি ছাৰক গোটাই ঘটনাকেইটি ক'লো ছাৰজনী ইমান ভাল আছিলে মোক বহুত হেল্প কৰিছে ছাৰজনৰ কাৰণে মই আজি এই কেছটো জিকিবও পাৰছো কিন্তু তাৰ মোৰ হাজবেণ্ডৰ 25 বছৰ জেল হৈছে এইটো কাৰণে মই বহুত হেপি আৰু আজি মই বহুত সুখী আছো ছোৱালীক লৈ
The Assam Police Sishu Mitra program has several verticals, including regular training programs for all officers at all levels across the state.
Considering the gravity of issues related to children, it has been felt highly imperative to train our police personnel through the Sishu Mitra.
The program has a very strong preventive aspect as well, through which efforts are made to reach and to empower each and every child across the state.
শিশুৰ বিৰুদ্ধে হোৱা অপৰাধবোৰ ৰোধ কৰাৰ কাৰণে শিশু মিত্ৰ প্ৰকল্প হৈছে অসম আৰক্ষীৰ এক নিজা প্ৰয়াস আৰু প্ৰচেষ্টা শিশুৰ ওপৰত বিভিন্ন অপৰাধ হয় বিভিন্ন অত্যাচাৰ হয় এই সকলোবিলাক বিষয়ে আমি এক সজাগতা সৃষ্টি কৰিবলৈ চেষ্টা কৰোঁ এই ক্ষেত্ৰত আমি বিশেষভাৱে সহায় লওঁ অসম গাঁওৰক্ষী বাহিনীৰ অসম আৰক্ষীৰ সামাজিক মাধ্যম অতি শক্তিশালী এই সামাজিক মাধ্যমৰ জৰিয়তে আমি শিশুৰ ওপৰত হোৱা সকলো ধৰণৰ অত্যাচাৰ শিশুৰ বিৰুদ্ধে হোৱা সকলোবোৰ অপৰাধ আমি ৰাইজৰ সন্মুখলৈ আনি দিওঁ যাতে ৰাইজ সজাগ হয় ৰাইজে পুলিচক খবৰ দিয়ে আৰু এই অপৰাধবিলাক ৰোধ কৰিব পাৰি
Endeavors are continuously made to activate district-level response mechanisms and to strengthen child-friendly infrastructures, coupled with efforts to ensure the participation of children at every level of the policing system.
এই প্ৰকল্পটোৰ জৰিয়তে আমাৰ ডিস্ট্ৰিক্টত যিবিলাক ইউনিট আছে যেনে স্পেচিয়েল জুভেনাইল পুলিচ ইউনিট এন্টি হিউমেন ট্ৰাফিকিং ইউনিট এই ইউনিটসমূহ আমি শক্তিশালী কৰাৰ কাৰণে পদক্ষেপ গ্ৰহণ কৰিছোঁ আইনগতভাৱে প্ৰত্যেকজন শিশুৰে এক বন্ধুত্বপূৰ্ণ পৰিৱেশ আৰু আন্তঃগাঁথনিৰ অধিকাৰ আছে আৰু সেইমতে আমি প্ৰত্যেকখন থানাতে এক চাইল্ড ফ্ৰেণ্ডলি কৰ্নাৰ গঠন কৰিবৰ কাৰণে চেষ্টা কৰিছোঁ এক পৰিৱৰ্তন যোগাত্মকভাৱে আনিবলৈ হ'লে আমি শিশুসকলৰ আবেগৰ প্ৰতি অনুভূতিশীল হ'বই লাগিব আৰু সেই কাৰণে তেওঁলোকৰ মতামত তেওঁলোকৰ অনুভূতি তেওঁলোকৰ ফিডবেক এই সকলোবোৰ আমাৰ সিস্টেমত অন্তৰ্ভুক্ত কৰাৰ কাৰণে চেষ্টা কৰিছোঁ
The most unique feature of the Assam Police Sishu Mitra program is the creation of the Child Rights Resource Hub within the Assam Police Headquarter Complex.
Sishu Mitra Resource Center is a unique initiative of Assam Police, and this resource center is operational with partnership with Utsaah Child Rights NGO and UNICEF.
So at the center, we provide all kind of assistance which is required by the investigation officer of a child-related case. So we also organize programs to raise awareness on child rights.
Ensuring a safe and nurturing environment for every child to thrive and achieve their full potential is the fundamental aspect of UNICEF's Child Protection Program in India. Our collaboration with the Assam Police and Utsaah Child Rights Organization has co-created very nuanced initiatives in critical areas.
This program has been well received as a best practice model nationally and has set a benchmark for child-friendly policing practices across the country.
जोंनि शिशु मित्र प्रग्रामा नेशनल लेवलाव मोननै एवार्ड मोननो हादों लोगोसे आरो अनारेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट आरो अनारेबल गुवाहाटी हाई कोर्टनिफ्राय एज ए बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस मॉडल हिसाबै जोंनि प्रग्रामा रिकॉग्निशन मोनदों.
India is one of the few countries that has the most detailed child protection laws in the world. And as a police force, it is our endeavor and duty to ensure that we implement these laws and rules in letter and spirit and ensure justice for every child.
Ladies and gentlemen, children today are not just using the internet, they are growing up on the internet. They play, learn, and build identities there. But the digital world, as we know, can also be a dangerous one for our children. With exposure to harmful content, online predators, misinformation, and most particularly, screen addiction. And yet, conversations around online safety are often adult-centric. That's what Infantia is here to change. It is time to listen, to collaborate, and to act together. With this, I would like to introduce Mr. Salik Khan, founder, PIIR Foundation, and tech policy consultant to Assam Police, Nagarik Mitra, who has been at the very heart of this initiative. Salik Khan has been instrumental in shaping Assam's digital voice, Assam Police's digital voice, building one of the most trusted and innovative police social media handles in the country under the guidance of Shri Harmeet Singh, DGP Assam. From viral cyber safety campaigns to the award-winning Don't Be a Sharent on digital parenting, his work has helped parents, children, and everyday citizens rethink their relationship with the internet. Today, he shall be sharing findings from PIIR's most recent study, Digital Parenting in India, throwing light on how equipped or ill-equipped today's parents are when it comes to their children's well-being on the internet. I now invite Salik Khan to make his presentation.
Respected DGP Shri Harmeet Singh, senior officials from Assam Police, representatives from UNICEF, respected parents, teachers, and my dear students, a very warm welcome to Infantia. Before I begin my part, I would like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to Harmeet sir. Over the past 7 years, the kind of work which we have done, he has been a constant guiding light and a mentor for me. A lot of work which you see, like Olundita was mentioning, we have done all that work under his guidance. And his leadership and vision has inspired the kind of viral campaigns which we have produced. In fact, the very idea of Infantia and the broader idea of viewing children's rights and safety on the internet through a fresh and more thoughtful lens emerged from an internationally viral campaign on sharenting by Assam Police, which was again launched under the guidance of Harmeet sir. Sir will be speaking about the campaign in his keynote. Our story begins with the pandemic. The COVID pandemic pushed the world into a digital realm, including children. Unfortunately, this digital shift was accompanied by a sharp rise in cyber crimes against children. So this is the data from NCRB. As you can see, the sharp increase in cyber crimes against children after 2019. And this data is only till 2022. Once the 2023 and 2024 data will come in, we will see the emergence of AI and what AI has done when it comes to cyber crimes to children. So when we observe that cyber crimes against children are increasingly becoming common, I wanted to understand why this is happening and what parents are doing for that. So as I delved deeper into the issue, my research revealed that a concerning trend. The risk to children online wasn't always initiated by strangers. Often, it began at home with a seemingly innocent post by a parent, the phenomena which globally known as sharenting. Barclay has predicted that sharenting could cost the next generation upwards of 600 million euros a year by 2030 in identity theft alone. So in the response to it, we launched our Don't Be a Sharent campaign, which grew over time into a movement. And today, as we stand here, I can say that the campaign evolved into what today we are calling Infantia. So to further my research on this phenomena, August last year, PIA Foundation decided to take a more empirical look at this issue. With the limited means and resources available with us, we conducted one of the first studies in India on sharenting, a subject that has seen little to no research in Indian context until then. So I'll be presenting some of the findings from that study. I have like 10 minutes, so I'll be sharing some of the major things from them. So the idea or the aim of the study was to investigate how parents interact with the digital world, their awareness levels on digital safety, privacy risk, their behavior when it comes to posting pictures or videos of their children on social media. So what it revealed is that it revealed gaps between parental intentions and practices, highlighting the urgent need for a child-centric approach to the digital rights and data protection. So if I want to summarize my study, this is how I am going to summarize. Indian parents are not equipped to safeguard their children's rights and safety on the internet. Full stop. I don't know how many of you are aware of it, but there is a new draft law called Data Protection Act. The Data Protection Act talks about parental guidance and consent when it comes to children's privacy and data. Now imagine parents who themselves are not equipped enough to handle digital privacy. How can they be a voice for their children? So in our study, we asked some of the questions, and I'll be sharing the results for that. First, we asked what type of content parents are posting on social media about their children. So over 58% of parents admitted sharing milestone moments, birthdays, vacations, school events. These posts frequently included identifiers like school uniform, school name, kid's name, geographical locations, making them vulnerable to exploitation. Such sharing exposes children to risks such as digital impersonation, digital kidnapping, cyber grooming, and other kinds of misuses. We also asked what platform they prefer when it comes to posting content about their child. So unlike global trends where most of the content is shared on Instagram or on YouTube, Indian parents prefer, 36% of Indian parents primarily use WhatsApp to share child-related content. This creates a false sense of security, often leads parents to share identifiable details like names, birthdays, locations to random people in their contact list, including the paperwalas and all those people who you don't even know what they are going to do with that picture or a video which you just uploaded on your WhatsApp status. We also wanted to understand if Indian parents understand what consent is when it comes to children, and this is one of the most funniest findings, ironical findings. Almost 72% of parents believed children should have a say in their digital presence, but only 37% of them actually sought their consent before posting anything about their child on social media. This reveals a failure to acknowledge children's evolving capacities and rights to autonomy on the internet. Again, very funny insight, ironic. We also asked whether they understand how to change privacy settings and the entire privacy settings on social media. So while 60% of them claim to be aware of those privacy risks, such as digital kidnapping or cyber grooming, only 18% of them adjusted privacy settings before posting anything on social media, and 70% never did. This gap reveals complacency and technical unawareness even among those who claim to understand the idea of privacy settings theoretically. Then we also wanted to check if social media validation plays any role when it comes to parenting behaviors. So the results were nearly 60% of parents felt compelled to share content due to social media validation, prioritizing likes and comments over privacy consideration. This societal pressure increases the risk of oversharing, turning children into digital commodities. We also tested some of the hypotheses, but here is where our data set is so limited, and I hope that in future, perhaps with the help of UNICEF, we want to extend our data set to a larger audience. So we wanted to test whether there is a correlation between parenting behavior between males and females. Our data suggests a slight correlation, suggesting that females are, or the moms are slightly more sharent than dads, but we need more data to conclude anything conclusively. But regardless, these findings paint a complex picture of digital parenting in India, one where good intentions are often undermined by gaps in awareness, societal pressures, and inadequate digital learnings. They challenge the assumption that parents are inherently the best arbitrators of their children's digital rights. This is the reason why I say it is our collective responsibility. Parents today need to revisit the very idea of parenting, not just as providers, but as protectors in the digital world. This new era demands a new understanding of the parenting responsibility, because we owe it to our children. Just as I owe it to my beloved daughter who is here with us. She reminds me every day that why this work matters, why her rights, empathy, and awareness aren't optional, but they are essential. So I'd like to conclude this with the words of a great poet, Dushyant Kumar. सिर्फ हंगामा खड़ा करना मेरा मकसद नहीं, सारी कोशिश है कि सूरत बदलनी चाहिए. मेरे दिल में नहीं, मेरे सीने में नहीं, तो तेरे सीने में ही सही, हो कहीं भी आग, मगर ये आग जलनी चाहिए. Thank you.
Thank you, Salik. Your presentation has laid a strong foundation for the rest of the day, and also reminding us that it's social parenting in the digital media and age is not optional, it's essential. And I'm sure our audience too will agree that your research has compelled us to completely reimagine what it means to be a parent in this digital age. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce today's keynote speaker, Shri Harmeet Singh, IPS, Director General of Police, Assam. A pioneer in digital governance, public safety, child protection, and citizen-centric policing innovations, Shri Singh has been one of the key driving forces behind today's landmark occasion. His vision, commitment, and belief in the power of collaborative, child-centric policing laid the very foundation on which Infantia stands today. He is known for introducing groundbreaking technology-based innovations in policing and governance, as well as for conceptualizing the Assam Police Sishu Mitra program. His citizen-centric social media campaigns have reached millions, inspiring confidence and engagement from across the world. With his approachable and empathetic personality, Shri Singh excels in balancing technological innovation with a human-centric approach to law enforcement. I would like to request DGP Assam, Shri Harmeet Singh sir, to please come up on stage and deliver his keynote address.
Good morning. First, the young ones. I'm happy to see some children here. Though I must say that the responsibility for what we are talking about today falls more on teachers, parents, even grandparents. But I will not be very formal and I will not address all dignitaries in the room, but say good morning and welcome to something that's important. I normally don't talk very formally, so it's a new experience for me also. I prefer to engage the audience. So along the way, we'll talk, and I hope that you will respond. I want to start with the few words, or rather the first 5 lines of a song that I heard when I was in school. And I don't know if many of the young people have heard, but there was an artist called Whitney Houston, and she sang a song called Greatest Love of All. That love was actually about love for children. So, Salik, can I have those lines, please? I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Now, I want you to ponder on these lines because this is what we are going to talk about. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride and make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us of how we used to be. So we will talk about future versus today and what we face. But before I go forward, Salik, can we remove this? Thanks. We go forward. I just want to lay down the basis of how and why we are here today and where it all started and how it started. My colleague Olendita and Salik in their introduction and presentation have talked a little bit about what we've been doing and how we've been doing it. But I just want to put it into perspective. First of all, I want to bring on record the vision, the leadership, the encouragement, and the space that the Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, has given to the entire child rights movement. Not only the child rights movement, but today Assam is in the forefront of global conversations on progressive initiatives. It's a very different Assam to which I first came in December 1994. So, ladies and gentlemen, after putting that on record, we know what has happened vis-a-vis child marriage. We know statistically how crimes against women and children have taken a plummet. They've actually gone down hugely in our state, and convictions have taken an upward swing. And a lot of that is thanks to the leadership and space. No police force can work without the support and space provided by a government. Let me just talk about Sishu Mitra. मैं कहानी सुना सकता हूँ ना? Allowed है ना? तो एक कहानी सुनाता हूँ. मेरी कहानियाँ लोगों को embarrass भी करती हैं. आपको माने embarrassment हो बोरो. Miguel कोटा सा तुम्ही. ये लुकाया से peaceful है. Miguel is a well-known name in child rights activism. मैं 2017 और आई Assam पालूँ. I came here in 2017, and there came this young man to my office. He had gone to the DGP to complain about the police, and the then DGP thought कि ये नया आया है दिल्ली से 20 साल के बाद असम में, इसके पास भेज दो. So here he came to my office sort of angry. Police से इटू कराना है, police से इटू कराना है. Policemen behave like this, policemen behave like that. So I just sat him down. Did I give you a cold drink or a cup of coffee? I gave him a Coca-Cola. I said, ठंडा हो जा भाई. And then I spoke, and I think I did that with somebody here in the hall today also. I said, look, activism is not about us and them. Activism is not about fighting with each other. Activism is about working together to ensure that society reaches where it is supposed to be. And that is where started this whole idea. And I told him, I said, collaborate. We need to make changes, but then so does everybody else. And finally, where does the entire onus lie? On society as a whole. We are a part of society, you are a part of society, parents, teachers, children, everybody is a part of society. So for harmony in society, if we keep playing the blame game, we are not getting anywhere. So then a few days later, we have Madhulika here. Madhulika's predecessor, Dr. Tushar Rane, I believe, who's now somewhere in Africa. He was the UNICEF chief of station here. And chief of station normally CIA के बारे में बोला जाता है, but he was the head of the UNICEF here. And Miguel came to me with an idea कि, according to the law, एक jacket होनी चाहिए, which policemen will wear over their uniform, because they are not supposed to wear a uniform when they meet children. My answer was, एक program करोगे? सबे आहिबो, CM सरे आहिबो, तुम्हार यूनिसेफ और हेड आहिबो, एटा जैकेट खोलिबो, हा 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 हा, सब ताली बजाबो, ताजमहल होटल और सा खामो गुसी जाम. মই এটো না কৰোঁ. কিবা পার্মানেন্ট কৰিবলৈ যদি মন আছে তেতিয়া মোৰ লগত কথা পাত. Let us talk if you are ready to do something permanent. And from there is where grew the Sishu Mitra program. The real impetus came following 2021, when we got the resources and we could put up the Sishu Mitra Center, where the policemen across the state are guided from the filing of the FIR till conviction. So that is what we are trying to do. Married into this or merged into this or a symbiotic relationship appeared with our social media center, the smart social media center, which is called Nagrik Mitra. As you know, our police stations are being upgraded under the scheme Moitri. So taking from Moitri, the Sishu Mitra and the Nagrik Mitra. So we came into the social media part, and thus the entire campaign. So Salik has spoken of sharenting. So let me, सच्ची में बताओ, आज से पहले शेरेंटिंग सुना था, अपनी बिला के हुनीसले, जदी हुनीसले तो हाथ डांगी दियो, जदी हुना नाई तो मो बुझी पाम. पुलिस और मानू तो सबे होनी से, मो हुनाए हुनाए पगला हो गई सो. So take this as a mirror. हमार आईनार डायरेक्टर याद आसे, इटू आईना हो बोला गया, society आईना. Look at what's happening in the world and look at what's happening here. Salik, can we have those slides, please? We ran, by the way, this is not a child, this is an AI generated image. We don't use real children in any of our campaigns. This is an AI generated image. Next one, please. Next one, please. Next one, please. I'm not reading it out, I'm leaving it to you to read. Next one, please. Okay, so before she starts talking, she is one of the topmost social media influencers in the world on parenting. The world has caught on to our campaign, but our own people are still slightly unaware. So out of that comes today's program. Can we have this, please? Voice. Salik? You have to have the audio. This is called technical glitch.
Have to see this campaign that the Assam police in India released. They shared it the other day on their socials, and the taglines and the imagery is phenomenal. It says, like Spade, but the digital scars remain. Shield your child from the perils of sharenting. Be mindful of what you share about your child on social media. Hashtag don't be a sharent. Here are the images, your children's story, their choice to tell. Don't trade their privacy for social media attention. Snapshots of innocence stolen by the internet. And children are not social media trophies. They did such a good job with it, and you may be thinking, Sarah, why are you sharing images of children? You never do that. Well, all these images are AI generated. It's great to see so many organizations worldwide discuss this issue because it is going to have a massive impact on future generations. And truly, hashtag don't be a sharent.
Next, please. So, this is a media research organization from the US. It's worldwide, it's very well known. And they said that in their research they found that abroad it had a 52.6% reach. And you can read it for yourself. So, next please. It got picked up in Korean. Next please. It got picked up in Polish. Next, please. Petapixel is one of the topmost websites, again, for the digital world. They picked it up. Next, please. Thai. Next, please. Mexico. I think that's it. Oh, and we have, of course, I'm not saying it didn't get picked up in India. So Sudhir Chaudhary also ran a 10-minute program on it. So it's got picked up. People are talking about it. So I would request, today when you go home, Google sharenting. There are articles out there. We can't say everything here from the stage. Go read about it, and that would help. Can we remove this? Yeah, thank you. So now let me actually talk about what I've come to talk about. That's the digital reality for children. Do you remember your pre-COVID days? Children were actually wanting to go out and you were saying, hey, gharat boha, padhai koribo lage, exam ahibo. And then came COVID and life went online. And when life went online, family gathering kene ko hoy. ए आमार गुटे जितु relative आसे गुटाई मेली एटा Zoom करी लो आरो, हाँ? So all relatives would meet on Zoom. Children's schools went online. Everybody went online. You came out of there because COVID finished. You started going back to office. You started doing marketing. You started socializing. You started going for movies. But the children stayed in the internet. And the problem is that you don't know that internet. This is for parents and teachers. So, amar ki hoy, jitu dunia ami bujhi na pao, ami itu dunia reject kori diu. You cannot keep your children away from the digital world. That is the new world. That is where conversations happen. That is where learning happens. One of the schools was talking to me today that they are coming out with a digital policy. So I said, what is your digital policy going to be? Do not use the digital world. It's not possible. I actually had a fight with the principal of one of Guwahati's top schools about 3 years ago. What fight? Well, the police wala daant diya. I got angry with her. She said, we have a policy for our children not to join any Facebook or any digital this thing. I said, आप कहाँ से हो? She said, I'm from Bombay. So I said, जब आप बच्चे थे तो घर के बाहर नहीं जाते थे? So she said, of course I used to go out of the house. So in fact, I used to climb trees and my parents used to say, don't climb a tree. So I said then, if you enjoyed climbing a tree, today also I want children to climb trees, but I also have to have them out there because they are learning there. They are interacting there. The whole world is out there. So what kind of schooling are you giving if you are telling your children that you cannot be on the digital world? So children tell me, can you be away from the digital world? Any child here who thinks ke internet na hole more kaam soli jabo haat dangi diya? No are. So when I was talking to these people from Sanskriti about their digital policy, I said your digital policy has to be not how not to go on the net, but how to use the net. So everybody talks about children's rights, but as we saw from the Sharenting campaign, it's parents and teachers who actually don't support children's rights on the internet or otherwise. Why? Can anyone actually say to me, Amar eta Indian mindset ase about parenting. Kunba itu kobo na ki. Does anyone have the courage to say it, or should I say it? मेरे मम्मी पापा मुझसे ऐसे कराते थे, तुम क्यों नहीं करोगे? Do you say this or not? Teachers, parents, when we went to school, this is what happened. Yes or no? Just say yes if it's true. I want to hear that yes. So today, when I talk to people who went to my school or my college in the 60s, the 70s, I'm from the 80s, even the 50s, we have the same things to talk about. 90s also we have the same things to talk about. Cross 2005, they talk a different language. It's a different world. We have to accept that world. We have to join that world. You cannot deny that world. Because that is the new world. And knowing how to protect your children in that world, you have to join that world. Unless and until you join that world, you will not be able to protect your children in it. And this particularly goes for teachers in school and parents. You know, आजकल बहुत PTM, CTM होता है ना? महीने में कितनी बार? हाँ? Once a month? आपके बच्चे ने ये किया, आपके बच्चे ने ये किया, आपके बच्चे ने ये किया. What is this, यार? Collaborative. I went through 13 years of school. My parents only came on annual day. मैं ज्यादा खराब तो नहीं निकला, है ना? आप लोग के पेरेंट्स स्कूल जाते थे क्या? नहीं जाते थे. जरूर करो पेटीएम, बिकॉज पेटीएम नहीं पीटीएम. पेटीएम करो तो पीटीएम होगा ना. स्कूल का फीस दोगे तो पेटीएम करोगे तो पीटीएम होगा. So, but please do it, but change that into a collaborative effort. I'll give you an example. At least 5 schools I have asked that on the day you do your PTM, please let us come and talk to your parents about sharenting. Not one school has replied. Not one. नहीं, वो तुम्हारा स्कूल 6 बार बोल चुका है सर करना है, छोड़ दो. मैं सरदार हूं, I talk very openly. Let our people come. Kunu school hoye. Let our people come and talk to you about parenting. Let us at least start in Guwahati. Let our people talk to your parents on their interaction with their children. There's a communication gap out there. Huge. I can see the kids smiling away saying, Koi to bola. Hey. You know, day before, my mother is my talk is always anecdotal. My mother is very technology savvy. She's 82, but she's on the net the whole day. She has her own Facebook account. Except the only difference, as I was telling someone, is that when she gets a message on WhatsApp, she replies with a very long message, and she says, "Chitti aayi thi, chitti ka jawab de diya." So I keep telling her message hai. She says, "Nahi, mere liye ye chitti hai." And they actually, her generation who uses the net, write long things to each other. जैसे पहले चिट्ठी में लिखते थे, they do that. She watches everything on YouTube. She searches. Her TV is on YouTube. She has a smart TV. She searches and she watches. She has her own iPad. She has her own iPhone, whatever. She's in it. Even with being in it, 3 days ago I was talking to my son, and she said, "You let your son bully you." So I said, "No, I don't let my son bully me. We are equals. We communicate." I have learned. Sometimes my son turns around to me and I say, "Ye zara mujhe list bana ke bhej de." He says, "I know you know this. Search it for yourself." So I said, "Dude, I'll search it for myself when I retire. Right now I don't have the time. Get some time, search it and send me." So you have to establish that openness with this thing. I also want to tell you of how this whole sharenting thing and this thing started. Ye Salik, where are you? Somewhere here, hiding at the back as usual. In 2018 you came? 17. He also landed up in 2017 from Bombay, saying मुझे पैसे भी नहीं चाहिए, मुझे काम दे दो. Social media पे काम करेंगे. And we were going through, we had just started because we went through that sad incident of Hopadhara, a duta lorak jitu Karbi Anglong mob lynching hole. Sabor monot ase na? So ene sharenting to monot rakhibu. Okay, it was a very sad incident. And that is where started our social media campaign. Because when I had come in, I was talking on social media, but nobody was taking me seriously. But that is where it started. Because technology, you can't do without it. So, let me just say, what are the dangers? You know that there is a term which I learned while sort of putting down a few points for this keynote. It's called, have you ever heard of it? Problematic Internet Use, PIU. किसी ने सुना है? मैंने नहीं सुना था. So it's not PU. PU नाम भी होता है ना? But you can remember it as PU. Problematic Internet Usage. Excessive, compulsive or poorly regulated Internet use that would negatively impact a child's emotional, social, academic or behavioral functioning. Can I tell you another story? When I was Commissioner of Police Guwahati, my Joint Commissioner was Partho, he's right here. I got a call from an old friend in Mangaldoy who knew me when I was an Assistant Superintendent of Police that my son is in a very bad state of mind and please meet him. So I said, "Sure, send the boy." So he came and he was very agitated. Class 11 or class 12 child, very agitated. So I said, "Ki hol?" He said, "More bandhuk, Facebook ot amuk jane kiba kibi gali dise." So, tak arrest kori bolage. Child is talking about another child. So I said, "What's the issue?" So I'm trying to understand why is it troubling him so much? And that is when I realized, all older people here, you've seen bullying in school? Older people, yes or no? Huh? Somebody troubling you, somebody sort of misbehaving with you, but it remained in those four walls. Either your friends sorted it among yourself. If it got too much, it went to the parents. If it went beyond that, it went to the teachers. If it went beyond that, it went to the parents. किस्सा कहानी 15-20 लोगों के अंदर खत्म. আজি যদি ফেসবুকত গালি দিয়ে তো তার যিমান ফ্রেন্ডস আছে তো সব so গাত বেসিকে লাগে. We don't understand that. So anyway, we helped him, we counseled the other kid, we made them meet, we had it deleted. The other guy issued an apology. Enege kothata rest na koru. Counseling koribo lage. But this counseling is needed from you. So when we talk of cyber grooming, does anybody know what is cyber grooming? Grooming, when you sort of try to exploit a child for financial or sexual issues. But now it happens on the cyber world. You don't even know that somebody is in touch with your child. Daily we are getting cases where boys and girls are running away because they met, and these are children. The other day we found a girl and a boy in Dimapur. She went to UP, picked up the boy from there, they met on Instagram and she brought him to Dimapur. She was older, he was a kid. The other way around. The other way around, you misinterpreted your identity, you reach out to someone on Facebook or something, the boy does it, and then he makes a girl run away. You're not in communication, neither teachers nor parents, you're not in communication with your children. This happens. Okay. Now what happens with this excessive internet use? Loss of control, preoccupation with online activities, and inability to it becomes an addiction. So how do you help your kid actually divide time between that addiction and proper use of internet? So if you encourage learning on the net, if you encourage social activity on the net, you encourage knowledge about their hobbies on the net. Somebody plays football, have a quiz with the kid. Okay, find me what happened in the 72 World Cup. Find me, make me a little sort of, we'll chat about what happened, this thing. If they like films, if they like music, if you like music, the kid likes music, lyricist kaun tha, music director kaun tha, only Zubin daye gaan gaise bhal, Papan daye gaan gaise bhal, kintu lyrics tu kune likhile, music tu kune compose korile, cinematographer itu scene or kun asile. Ebilak netot pae. They'll be doing fun things apart from your school learning, but they'll be doing things which get them interested, not the other kind of addiction. And what is the real problematic internet usage is the challenges. So does anybody remember this game called Blue Whale? Right? It was actually all a hoax. The whole thing was a hoax. But it affected minds so much that kids were committing suicide. Right? But if you are not watching, I've seen, I hope young parents don't mind this, byan apabode. Bacha kandhi ase, tab di diya. Hobo, tab diya. I don't have a problem because that's the new world. Kintu cartoon lagai diya. Bacha khojibo ni diya, hi ki khojibo. Phone diya. Kintu tat ki sabo etu swa. Please see what the child is seeing on that tab. Please see what the child is actually doing on that tab. Now, in 2022, there was a countrywide study which saw that PIU, problematic internet usage, had a 31.5% traumatic stress psychological effect on children of young ages. So we have to. That's why I said I normally don't speak very seriously. I try and engage the audience. But today I'm trying to engage you on a very serious thing. think about this. Amar hall to horu, manu dukhomane humaise, kinu more request ase. Please go out and spread this word. Talk about it in your schools. Talk about it in your WhatsApp groups. Salik and Miguel, can we make a small ready reckoner? You've already made one. We share the PDF, which then in their family groups, in their groups, the PDF flies. Because viral to iman, 2 minute lage no hai viral ho bole. So if you put it in your class group, your school group, your college group, your family group, Tauji group, Khura group, sabot pothale ho jaye. हाँ मार फैमिली देवतार फैमिली सब और बेलेग बेलेग ग्रुप আছে ইটুত পঠাও তেতিয়াহে আমি এটা জাগরুকতা আনিব পাৰিম আমি আজি গুট খাইছো এই জাগরুকতা আনিবলে জাগরুকতা না আনিলে আমার নেক্সট জেনারেশন আর হানি হবো ক্ষতি হবো যদি আমি ইটু স্টপ কৰিব নোৱাৰো then we are in trouble if we are not able to actually engage. And the next is for all people, I put myself in the older generation. Of course, this is also a line I keep using. I keep telling myself, yaar, main to buddha ho gaya. They say, nahi, sir, kahan? मतलब वो क्या वैलिडेशन आजकल लाइक्स में होता है मैं ऐसे ही वर्बली ले लेता हूँ बट हाँ आई एम इन द ओल्डर जनरेशन सो द यंगर जनरेशन who are above the children, who are young parents, and my generation and the generation above this, please understand the internet. Don't run away from it. Don't think of it only as a WhatsApp message and an email for your official communication. Actually understand what's happening in that world. One more point that I'd like to just touch, because I think I've overstepped my time. No, I haven't. They can't say I've overstepped my time. I'm the boss. Radicalization. Religious and otherwise. We've had a lot of kids get taken in by the romance of religious radicalization and militant groups on social media. Thankfully, we've been able to stem it now. We brought back a lot of kids. We monitor, but if you monitor, and by monitor, I don't mean intrude in the kids' privacy. You will monitor if you have a communication channel with them. They will immediately themselves share things. So sharing is caring. किसी को याद है? जब हम लोग छोटे थे, पोस्टर आते थे छोटे-छोटे saying sharing is caring. So वो sharing is caring वाला जो है ना, you have to get into that vis-a-vis the internet. There's again something new I learned. Incel subculture. किसी ने सुना है? सुना है ना? स्कूल में जाके, घर में जाके बच्चों से पूछो. सबने सुना है. It is a toxic subculture which is affecting pre-teen boys across the world. And there's a celebrity called Andrew Tate. If your kid is following Andrew Tate on Insta particularly, please wake up to this. Who they follow, you'll be surprised. Ye chodo. Every few days I go through my wife's Twitter and remove people. She said this was interesting. I said it's not interesting, yaar. This guy's a bloody subversive. Hatao isko. Because she was following some guys who every day were writing on Twitter कि China के साथ war होने वाली है. My wife's a writer, so her imagery goes very far. So if I can do it with my wife, you can at least talk to your children. Yeah. So there's so much nonsense out there. So part of what you're doing, यार होटल ये AC कुछ मर गया है यार तुम्हारा. AC को क्या हुआ यार? हाँ? I should cut it from the bill, na? So AC ठीक करो यार. Can someone talk to the GM, please? These subcultures on the net, you'll only get to know if you're in touch with the children. And this is school. So now let me come back to that word future. And there were two big words in that. Laughter and future. You remember those words? So, Salik, can we go back to that? The song. Future. A future of dhori play ami amar kids of present to mariaso. So instead of making their laughter remind us of ours, we are putting pressure on them. That pressure, a future bya ho jabo, a bad diya. Once you join engineering and college, you can do this. Once you become something, you do what you want to. Right now, you only study. That is where you are taking away their laughter. And because you're taking away their laughter, they earlier, what could they do? Go from the house. Besi hole, late ahibo, दोस्त के साथ अड्डा मार लेगा, कोई बच्चा उस जमाने में सिगरेट पी लेगा, यही था ना हमारे टाइम में, और तो नहीं था. Today, with the pressure where they are going on the internet, you don't know. So, communication and space, you have to give the children space. Unless and until you give the children space to do what they do in their spare time. Timetable bana do. Padhai is very important. Timetable bana do. But give them space. And another request for all schools in this thing, please encourage physical activity. Otherwise, your children will be introverts. They will interact beautifully on the net, but they will become introverts. So, I'm just trying to kindle, वो सालिक ने कुछ revolutionary poem कही थी कि आग तुम्हारे दिल में भी लगनी चाहिए types. तो वो आग को थोड़ा, what I'm trying to do is कि to this idea must float. Communication. Sometimes, yes, a child feels uncomfortable communicating directly with a parent or a teacher. Find an intermediary, an elder brother, an elder cousin, kind of younger teacher. You know, you have to have a communication channel open. Now comes the last part where we come in. Consult. We are there. Report if it's going beyond a point. There are doctors amongst you, there are doctors everywhere, there are people who will help. In fact, UNICEF, we should maybe think of this as our next program. We are now, the Chief Minister has announced in the current budget that Assam Police will set up an AI laboratory to detect deep fakes. So naturally, once that kind of laboratory comes up, we would be able to help you with this kind of thing also. We have a pretty solid cyber monitoring cell. So start talking. Simple. मैं बहुत कथा कोलूँ. My throat is kind of parched. And if all of you are bored, you can. There is running coffee outside, which I'm going to have a cup of. All of you don't go away, yaar. Hall khali ho jayega. But some of you can. So I come back to the most serious thing that I've had to say. Let's come together. Bhupen Hazarika ne kya bola tha? We are in the same boat, brother. So we are in the same boat, brothers and sisters. And to pull the boat, we have to go together for the laughter and future of the next generation. And the next, we have to work together. Don't shy away from the internet. Don't reject it because you don't understand it. Let's together understand it. We'll help with those campaigns. And let's get this going. And Salik, did anyone talk of what Infantia means? You did. She did. Did anybody hear it? You did. So infant से ये सब Latin है, मेरे को तो संस्कृत समझ आती है, Latin नहीं आती है. So on that note, thank you very much. But do I get Ami Korim na nai? Ratipua ekko khwaye na ami. Are we going to do this? Do I get a pledge? Salik, there's another pledge. Show it to me. So, in your folders, there is a digital parenting pledge. So please go home and get this done in your home and actually take it seriously and get this done in your schools. On that note, let me hear it once again, that we are going to work for the future of our children. Yes? There won't be any lunch here if I don't get a yes. Is there going to be a future for our children? Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Ayokam.
Thank you, sir, for that lively and powerful keynote address. You have not only helped us to understand the complexity of growing internet subcultures and their impact on children, but also laid out the bold and futuristic vision of Assam Police in protecting children's rights on the internet. Your thoughtful words today have challenged us to reimagine what child protection means in the digital first world. Thank you once again, sir, for officially setting the stage for what promises to be an enlightening day. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a brief 15-minute tea break. Refreshments are being served just outside the hall. I request all to kindly make their way up there. And please be back by 11:35 sharp, as we have a series of insightful panel discussions lined up for you. Thank you. We are about to begin. We have an important panel discussion with our guest speaker, Ms. Neha Dhupia, today, in a short while from now. I request all to please come inside the hall and take their seats. to all. Those outside can please bring their cup of coffee inside. And please sit down. On children. This crucial conversation will be unraveled by Ms. Neha Dhupia, our guest speaker for the conclave today, who has been at the center of both storytelling and social impact. Neha Dhupia brings both creative insight and lived experience to today's discussion. As someone who has worked at the intersection of culture, media, and public influence, she offers a compelling perspective on how children engage with what they see on screen and what they absorb from it. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Neha Dhupia. Please allow me to introduce our guest speaker, Ms. Neha Dhupia, an accomplished actor, producer, parenting influencer, and a mother. Beyond her on-screen impact, Neha is also the force behind the much-acclaimed initiative Freedom to Feed, a movement that boldly challenged societal norms and sparked a national conversation around motherhood, dignity, and safe spaces, both physical and digital. Neha's work positions her uniquely to speak on how children and parents navigate the pressures and possibilities of the internet culture. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. I invite Mr. Salih Khan, founder PIIR Foundation, to please felicitate Ms. Neha Dhupia. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin our first session of the day, one that touches the heart of what it means to grow up in a digital-first India. Impact of films, OTT, and internet culture on children. To help us unravel this crucial conversation, we have Neha Dhupia, who has been at the center of both storytelling and social impact. She brings both creative insight and lived experience to today's discussion. As someone who has worked at the intersection of culture, media, and public influence, she offers a compelling perspective on how children engage with what they see on screen and what they absorb from it. This session will be moderated by Srimati Sizzle Agarwal, IPS Commandant, Tenepi Battalion. Over to you, ma'am.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here for what I believe is one of the most critical conversations we need to be having today. As parents, educators, policymakers, and citizens. The theme of today's session is Impact of Films, OTT, and Internet Culture on Children. The Netflix series, Adolescence, which I could hear a lot of you muttering during our DG Sir's keynote address, offers a raw and honest lens into the secret lives of teenagers. It brings forth the unseen, how children today are communicating in secret languages using codes, memes, emojis, the emerging online subcultures which we adults may not fully understand. It is equally alarming and fascinating how popular culture is fueling and reflecting this parallel reality. To help us unpack this, we have with us today someone who's worn many hats. Femina Miss India, actor, producer, and most importantly, a mother. Please join me in welcoming Neha Dhupia.
Thank you very much. Firstly, a very warm good afternoon to everyone here. I think on a Monday morning when people come together in a room, contribute themselves, their time, their efforts, their phones that they're using to take these videos and hopefully put them out. And of course, if I make any grammatical errors, edit those parts out because I get carried away when I talk. But I'm just saying that, you know, just to have yourselves. And please understand, and I always say this, the voice in the room is not the one on the stage. The voice in the room is the person who goes out there and spreads it in the right direction. It could be you, it could be you, it could be you. It's not just me. So if anybody in this room can make a difference, it's not just me alone, it's all of you. Members of the press, the media, all the dignitaries who are present here, all people of influence who are present here. And even if that one person is sitting in the audience thinking that, hey, मेरे ये वीडियो डालने से क्या फ़र्क पड़ेगा या मेरे आगे जाके बात करने से क्या फ़र्क पड़ेगा, I promise you, आवाज़ उठाएंगे in the right direction. हर इंसान के बोलने से और आवाज़ उठाने से फ़र्क पड़ता है. So let's just understand that we are all here for a reason, and the reason is going to be taken forward by you, and then let's talk about it. It's really wonderful. I'd like to thank everyone who came forward together to take this initiative forward, whether it's, a Pyre Foundation, whether it's, of course, the Assam Police, huge round of applause. What you do and what you do way more than what you do is something. And I just feel that there's so much to talk about, such little time, but we're going to make the most of it right now.
Okay, let me begin by asking you. See, from the policing side of view, we see a rise in cyber crimes today, where children as young as 10 or 11 years old, they are joining anonymous forums, they are talking in coded language, they are using words like Riz, Finsta, the meaning of which would shock most parents. Do you think that creators in the industry are aware of how impressionable these minds are, or is there still a huge gap between the creators and consequences?
So there are two parts to what you just said. It's firstly the fact that let's address and let's try and talk to the parent of the 10-year-old, or let's try and talk to the 10-year-old as well. So what they're doing is trying to for the lack of a better word, I feel like that's the language that it takes for them to fit in. And if, as a 10-year-old or a preteen or a teenager, if you don't fit in, you're left out. And if you're left out, that's also a very dangerous place or a mind of, a child. Your question itself has run like chills down my spine because, I'm a mother of two. And when you're talking about, series like adolescence and stuff, sometimes I feel like right now I'm also living that golden phase where my children are not using social media. My 3-year-old uses social media to watch Cocomelon and YouTube, and and my 6-year-old is once in a while trying to rehearse phonics on when she opens up a video on social. Like it's nothing, and she wants a dog really badly, so she's looking at cute puppy videos. So I'm not in the dangerous space, but I'm also opening it up in a way that they know that there is more information than phonics and cute puppy videos there. So, and then when you see shows like this, it's so tough to even fathom. Like I had to watch the show 15 minutes in, and then I don't know how many of you did it, but I was watching it 15 or 12 minutes in, then taking a break to reassess. I was recalibrating, what I want to do as a parent with my life. Now the second part of it, what was the second part that you mentioned? Because
I asked if you feel that there is a huge gap between the creators and the consequences.
Yeah, so speaking of creators, now, I feel like anybody who's on social media is a creator, right? Why are we putting that information out there? Because we want people to watch what's going on in our lives. We want people to view it. We want people to like it. We want, there are times I've not just children. I've heard things like, I've been at a breakfast buffet on a holiday, and that child, and this really happened, that child wasn't eating, and she had gone for a trek with her parents, and then she came back, and then she told her mom, I will only eat breakfast after my trek video gets more than 15 likes by my friends. So the validation comes from a really scary place like that, and you don't know how to get past that conversation. But I feel like it's also trickled down to adults. क्या हुआ? तूने उस दिन मेरा वीडियो नहीं लाइक किया, तूने कमेंट नहीं किया, सब ठीक तो है. Why? Like, why is it so important that? And तूने मेरे को happy birthday नहीं बोला? Like why? Like I'm still the kind of person, yes, sometimes I do wish on social as well, but my close friends, I still pick up phones and I'm still sending Hallmark cards, but I'm another generation altogether, so you can't compare. But I mean, I've heard a few people giggle. Anybody else who sends Hallmark cards? Ma'am, I knew it, you and I have something in common. From the very word go, apart from the pink. But you know what I mean? Like, you know, there's mystery and joy, but let's not, we don't need to, you know, solve a problem that's already solved. This doesn't need solutions. The part that actually needs solution is when our creators, when they start off, they all have the intention of becoming creators, and therefore they try and find validation in followers, in likes, in comments, in the virality of it. But after that, I'm hoping that somewhere, which a lot of them do, but there is still a shortfall of it. A lot of them do have an understanding that they have a voice, they want to exercise it in the right direction. Sometimes even humor is a good direction. You know, you want to lighten up and you see a funny video and it's like, you're like, theek hai yaar, isne mere ko hasa diya. Like, I also follow 3 or 4 creators who are really funny and I find it hilarious to do that. But humor is the right direction. They use it for commercial benefits, and so be it for them, that's okay. But when you have a voice, when you have a following, when you have that kind of, you know, it's almost leadership-like for your, you know, if you have 1 million followers, or if you have even 50,000 people who are following you, you can have that leadership quality and use your voice in the right direction. So for all the creators who are already doing it, it's absolutely fantastic. For the ones who haven't gotten that far, again, with the way I started with the room, like there's no shortfall of followers. If you start using your voice in the right direction, I mean, the world will follow. And I'm hoping that more and more creators do this.
So drawing from what you just mentioned, what we see today is not just content consumption, but rather content performance, you know, where kids, they want to be seen, they want to go viral, they want real-worthy lives. So how do you think OTT and cinema are responsible for fueling this performative pressure?
I honestly think that it's reversed. I feel that the ones who are going viral are actually taking our jobs away from us because they're like, isko replace kar do, uske 10 million followers hai, isko nikal do yahan se. But that's the truth of the world, you know. I mean, there are still like, I mean, if you're talking about cinema fueling it, I feel like there's a large part through artistic creativity. We can fuel it, whether it comes to putting out the right kind of music, which helps in videos going viral, or it helps in, you know, doing some sort of, you know, dialogue delivery. But that's because it's fiction and it's storytelling. Now, when it trickles down to multiple different phones sitting in your house, when you want to recreate that video, when you want to do it, and sometimes what astonishes me is that, you know, it's not just parents who are doing it, it's just really little children who are doing it. I mean, and I think that I'm nobody in any situation to turn around and have any sort of judgment when it comes to parenting, because I feel all kinds of parents are amazing, but there is an option to protect your child from doing that. Now, whether you'd like to exercise that option or whether you'd not like to exercise that option and you think that it's okay or it's not okay is again an option that you should take as a parent. But yes, I feel like sometimes I see like really heavily romantic kind of songs that are reenacted through you know, the younger generation, and for all you know, that movie is also not age appropriate from them. So the access to that kind of music, to cut a reel, to then get views, I feel like there's no match between the two things. And that, if we can be conscious of, if maybe, and I'm not enforcing my idea on anybody, but if maybe we can avoid, we'll be saving ourselves, you know, from a lot that we don't realize what's happening. Now, a realization of what is actually happening is something that you should take forward, which I'd like to comment on.
That's a very well-made point. Let's just talk about another rising trend that we've been observing of late. that is of dual identity.
Yes.
Meaning which, kids are one way at home or school, but they are someone else online. What do you make of this split between the real and the virtual self?
Very, very worrying, to say the least. And I'm going to come to this question and I will forget it in the next 3 seconds again and I'll ask you to repeat it. But let's just understand what the room is. How many parents here? इतना टाइम कैसे लग रहा है हाथ उठाने में? You either you know or you don't know, guys. So 3-4 people at the back are like, one has put the hand down after raising it up. What's going on? Let's try this exercise again. How many parents here? वो पहले वाला video edit कर देना. Guys, yeah, much better. But I'm just saying that, sorry, that got funny, but I'm just saying that imagine now to understand that you're sending your child, and this is for all the parents who are watching this also, not just for parents who are in the room. Like you're sending your child to school, you're dressing them a certain way, expect them to do homework and all of that. And as a working parent, because that's where my head goes, right? And you come back and suddenly you see your child feature in some sort of trending audio reel and dressed up in the similar color outfit, or maybe not the exact same thing. And it would leave me shocked and aghast, because you need to also understand what the intention of that is. Very, very important part. Not the performance, not anything else, but you need to understand the intention of that. And I feel like there is a serious problem when you talk about, when you see this dual identity thing. And consistency is one thing, which is okay. Creativity is one thing, which is okay. I think enjoying music, it's a very large part of who we are as human beings, or just even in our country, we love music. We love music that cinema also produces. All that is great, but the intention to have a dual identity for the sake of, again, wanting people to notice you is a and it's okay. All of us want that, but maybe once we get into the zone of becoming adults, not as early as 10 and 12 and 13, because today you do it as a 12-year-old, and then your friend is doing it, and then you're comparing notes, and then if your self-worth is measured basis on the number of likes and comments you get, there is a very, very serious problem there. Also, let's not forget the access to the amount of information you're giving people, or the amount of, and that's something, we have so many people over here who are, a room full of experts who know that oversharing is a very, very large problem. There are geotags. People can, access your location. People can access your, where you are or what your home looks like. And there is a problem there as well. People know. The ones who are deep diving and who are, for the lack of a better word, stalking you on the internet, they have all the information on you. It's like, वो शाम होती है और हम पर्दे करते हैं ना अपने घरों के, क्योंकि हम चाहते नहीं हैं कि लोग अंदर देखें. बहुत ज़रूरी होता है, सोशल मीडिया पे भी ना अपना पर्दा आपको डिफाइन करना पड़ता है कि आप किस पॉइंट पे, and by that I don't mean filter, by that I mean closing doors. It's very important to identify that, okay, beyond this, I don't want to let people in, or beyond this, I don't want them to see. I'll just tell you a small thing. If I'm somewhere with my children and I want to bring this up, unless by chance, and I also think that members of the press are very, very nice and kind, I always tell them, listen, take down pictures of my children, which they do. But I'm saying that if you look at my social media page, you'll never be able to identify my children because you never see their faces. And there's a reason why I don't put it up, because I feel there's safety, there's security, there's also, most important, I'm taking their freedom away from them. And also, where is the consent, right? From the very word go, we tell our sons and daughters that these are boundaries for yourself, and these are boundaries for others. They can't pass that. But if we put them up on social media, and like 12 years later, they question that, hey, but like, who asked you to do this? You know, I feel like somewhere we're taking their freedom, their rights away from them, and there's no need to do it. But that's me as a parent. Like, I feel like other people may think differently, but I'm hoping after this conversation, somewhere we know that the ability to protect our children lies within us. I'm saying, Dalo, it's a very important part of who you are. I'm saying it's fine to put material on social media. We all want to exist. It's very, very important right now. We all want to have a footprint when it comes to social media. We all want to spend time checking Instagram. None of us want to meet, we all want to meet our close friends and not invest in people who are not important. You're like, ठीक है, इससे अच्छा तो 15 मिनट अपना coffee पियो, Instagram पे देखो दुनिया में क्या हो रहा है. Of course, there's a lot that happens out there, but we also want to protect ourselves. That last line, if we can just know what that slight demarcation is, that's when it makes a difference. And I'm no expert. I may have messed up many times in the past, and I will going forward in the future. But for as long as I know, I'm always following this so-called rule book which I've made in my head.
So like you just mentioned that, parents are putting out a lot on social media. So
yeah, I just feel, sorry, I'm going to correct you. Again, when you say, I did not mention that they are putting out a lot. I just feel like every parent, and I'm not judging, is free to do what they want, but there is an option not to.
So what I want to ask here is, do you feel that using children for content without their awareness or consent is a moral question that we need to start asking? Because, parenting itself has become content today. You open Instagram or YouTube or Facebook, you will see a lot of parents, posting every single tantrum, every lunch box, every milestone of their child. So what would you say to that?
If it's used in the right direction, yeah. If I have a mom out there, and I follow moms on social media who talk about what to pack in your child's lunchbox, yeah, for sure. I follow those pages very, very carefully because I'm looking at options as well. See, like, that's really, really interesting for me because I want to know ki kal subah main kya pack karu. In fact, if you have any leads, tell me, because I struggle with Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Monday, I have enough time to think. And by the time it's Friday, I'm like, okay, they deserve one day of like little less healthy, but it's fine. But, that's great. But to like, when you're talking about a tantrum, to be filming that and not attending to it, I don't know. Like, I probably haven't been in that situation, but I am, just visualizing as you speak. And when a child is throwing a tantrum, I'd rather not be on the phone and filming it, but put the phone aside and then, attend to the child, and then maybe do a video myself and say, hey, my child had a tantrum today, but this is what I put in the lunchbox, but then on Tuesday I put this, and she didn't have a tantrum. Like, there's a way of breaking it down and putting yourself out there, because you're doing this because you want to, right? And you want to share the story. And I'm just saying that minor tweak could make your video informative and also make it a safe space for your child.
So let me then ask you, if there was one piece of advice you could give to your 14-year-old self about navigating the media and internet, what would it be?
When I was 14, there was like, I didn't have. But now, yeah, like back then, I always think of the wonder years. We had those landlines and, it was tricky for me, like, but yeah, when I had to have like, my own like, special chats with, I used to have a single ring. I don't know how many of you had that landline. I'll give you one single ring, फिर दूसरे कमरे में तार निकाल के वहाँ पे लगा देना, फिर जाके बात करेंगे हम. So I was that person, and I was still like doing dials, and then sometimes I would dial so many times, and I would use a pencil to then dial because I would be so tired. But but I understand your question is, in 2025, if I had to give, it's a tough one. Understanding self-worth, confidence, measuring my success, questioning, what I stand for, using my voice, all of this I have learned now. I'm in my 40s. I wish I had this mind in my 20s, and I would not question so many things, or as a teenager. But it is that age. It is that impressionable age. Now, for me to sit here and say, as a 14-year-old, I would tell myself that your self-worth doesn't lie in how many likes and how many comments and all of that. It's a lie. Because, you know, in your teenage years and as teenagers, they think like that, you know. They're stepping onto a new life. They have seen some kind of freedom. They've grown up. They think they are almost adults. They're ready to take on the world. We're putting them out in the world from, like, you know, from the time they're born. We teach them independence. We teach them what they stand for. We teach them, again, boundaries, consent, teach them how to live out of the box. अब इतना हम बना देते हैं अपने बच्चों को. So when they start exercising, there's also a flip side, because then when they're thinking out of the box, or when they're applying their mind, or when they get independent, or when they turn around and have a voice, they also want to use it in a direction where they think that it's okay to use social media, which I also think so. Now, I'm giving you a very long answer because I want to give you an honest one. Like, I feel there are very few, and it's great, and I'm hoping that other people also follow suit, that very few teenagers who are actually like saying, hey, let's not use social media for this, but let's use it for that. And it's great. We must follow those pages. But I think that as a 14-year-old, I'd still be impressionable, but I can talk to the mums and dads of 14-year-olds that have conversations, make them understand, you know, how amazing they are. You know, I feel like every child out there is amazing. Make them understand that it's not about being number one or being a topper. Take them away from the pressures, because sometimes when they think that the pressure is something they can't live up to in the classroom, they think that on social media they can balance it out. Have multiple conversations. Check in on your children. It's so important. Listen to them. Not just listen to them. Listen to them carefully. Trust them. There's truth in everything they say. You know, they reach out. And the thing is, they're very, very closeted, especially when they become teenagers. And I know friends of mine who have teenage kids, and they struggle with even having conversations. But, you know, I mean, keep at it. And the resolve definitely is to have constant conversations and relieve them from judgment, most important, because home is the last place. It needs to be their safe space. And they all develop an identity, and let them identify themselves. But yeah, I mean, and even if it means you need to check in on what's happening on social media, do it. And they have codes, you know. These people talk through, what are they called? Emoticons or emojicons? Give me the right word for it. What is it? Emoticons, yeah. Emojis, yeah, got a slang there, thanks. But yeah, those emojis, they talk through that. Try and understand, you know, and become their friends. But as a 14-year-old today, even I don't know what I would do. Like, I enjoy social media. I'd probably be putting up reels, and my mom would like see the phone, and in the morning, my mom being my mom will be like, "Ye kya kar rahe ho?" So I'd be like, "Sorry," and then be like, "Agli baar se nahi." So, you know, I just have that relationship with my mom, but because we're friends. Maybe that, try that. Like, you know, as a 14-year-old, I'd just be like, my biggest victory was that I was always, you know, I saw my parents as my friends. So I'm hoping that I achieve that with my children as well. So yeah, long answer. Solution is nothing but have those conversations with your children. There's no winning. You'll always be on, 90% of the time, you'll be on the losing end, but it's not a battle that you want to win. It's your child, it's the love of your life, and you want to make sure that they win in more ways than one. And social media or likes or comments is not exactly where their victory lies. Of course, that also matters to them.
So let me just ask you one last question before I open the floor for audience questions. Do you think that OTT platforms need to be taking more active steps in this direction, say age gating of content, or having advisory boards or rating content based on their psychological impact? What would you say to that?
Yes, I think so. I think it can start in schools. I think it can start with conversations like this. I think it can start with platforms. I think it can also start with different portals that have the number of subscribers, viewerships. I think it can start with even Instagram. It's started having its own kind of measures technically as well, to make sure that, they try and kind of foolproof a lot. But having said that, how do you change that mindset? It has to happen a lot at home, and then it has to happen, with your child understanding how, and it's a circular conversation. Like right now it's speaking, and, we want to make sure that the safety of the child is identified by us having that conversation. And I feel like multiple conversations like this will make a difference. And yeah, I mean, amplification of the good, amplification of things that one needs to worry about. That's very, very important. And let's just talk about the best hashtag that we have today. Don't be a sharent. Yeah, so I mean, I think it's such a great, and it's something that can get so much momentum, because a sharent is someone who is a parent who maybe shares a little more than they should, so you don't want to be one, because the safety of your child is something that lies in your hands. And maybe edit the video at the right place, not put it up, but make sure that, you can exercise safety measures while doing so. So yeah, so hashtag don't be a sharent, most important point of the day.
So Neha, if you're fine, we'll just take a question or two from the audience.
Yes, absolutely.
The floor is open for any questions from the audience, please.
Hi Neha, hi Cecil. I'm Anubhuti from Young Indians.
Hi.
My question is, I'm also a mother of 2 children, a 10-year-old and a 5-year-old now.
Oh my.
Yeah, so now my son is into the whole content building phase. So, we always hear, like his, teachers also tell him, or we hear, educated people around us saying, it's better to be a creator than a consumer. Now, when I hear you, and I feel that when my son wants to start a channel of his own on YouTube, how should I either evade the subject, or how should I go around it, or how should I, tell him that what is to be created or not created, or, because he would rather blog everything. He's a 10-year-old. So he would be like windows, doors, he can create anything.
Yeah, no, but I mean, if I were you, and I could be you, who knows, right? Because my son is 3.5, my daughter is 6.5. And maybe 3 years from now, one of them will come up to me and say, hey, we want to be a creator. Like, that's what I said, right? Even earlier, we teach our children and we send them to schools where we say that, hey, let's think out of the box. Now they're thinking out of the box. We have got them to this point. So I feel like the only thing, now it's up to you entirely, the only thing that I would exercise, so it's almost like you scanning his homework. So what he finally puts up, when he presses the send button or upload button, not even a send, but the upload button is something that you can scan, right? And if you think that his content is interesting, if you think that it has traction, if you think that there is belief in it, I mean, you can go ahead and say that, hey, like, please put it up. I mean, even Justin Bieber was found on YouTube, and that's just amazing, So there is skill, there is talent, there is advantage to social media. There's so much plus, but if it doesn't jeopardize his safety, it doesn't. Sorry,
I'm saying our privacy, because when he's, right now he doesn't know what should be filmed and what should not be filmed.
Yes.
So you don't know what will go on air. Number one. Number two, at the same time, maybe like you mentioned, 10 years from now, he would be like, why did I even do that? He would, right now he feels that it's right, but 10 years down the line, he might feel that it's not right. So
yeah, it's a very tricky one.
It should be encouraged or not, is my question.
I feel like that, like about my fashion choices. I see myself sometimes from what I was wearing in my 20s. I'm like, why did I do that? But it's a tricky one. And you can protect it. Like, you have to tell him that, hey, this camera is not going to come inside over here when mama's doing her meetings, or obviously there can't be like a leak of you uploading your taxes or something, because there's so many things you do sitting at home, right? And my point is that the final call should be, I feel like it should be yours. Like, also, who knows, right? 10 years from now, he could be on the verge of being the coolest documentary filmmaker, or documentary maker, filmmaker, anything. So you don't want to curb the enthusiasm, but at the same time, you want to protect him, you want to protect yourself, you want to not have a camera, in your face all the time, because vlogging is also tricky. There's a lot more that comes out in vlogging than it should, but then a lot of people find an advantage to it, and putting their lives out there, and full respect to that. But at the same time, a lot of people find that uncomfortable. So I feel like the solution lies with you. But how are you going to address the fact that at 18 he'll be like, "Why do you let me do this, Ma?" What are you going to say? Nobody knows.
Right now, I feel I'll tell him the subjects what you can film about. Like restrict him to the subjects. Like maybe he goes for his football training.
That's great.
That or something like that. Like restrict to subjects.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. Like, the struggles, the hardships, and then tell him to just keep the camera on the ground and tell him that, you can't film. So, like, the boundaries is something you need to set. And as parents, I don't know, like, it's tricky. We feel like we're very good at setting these boundaries, but then we also become so vulnerable, and then we also are like, hey, maybe this is not a bad thing, but, like, go with what's best for you and your child. And, I mean, it has to be a very important, like, it has to almost be, an edit that has to be clinical, which will be consumed and doesn't jeopardize your safety and your child's safety. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. We can take one more.
Hello. Hello, ma'am. Firstly, you look beautiful.
Thank you,
and thank you so much for being here. So since we're on the topic of the impact of films, OTT, and internet culture on children, so I'll begin with adolescence that ma'am had earlier spoken about. So it struck a chord here, even though it's a show made in UK. And this reminded me of the shows that we used to have in India, be it Gumrah, Webbed, which terribly scared me as a teenager. So do you think that we need such shows in India again, so that it will build a better relationship between parents and children, which will allow parents to understand their children better, more than entertainment?
I feel like a balance. I mean, it shouldn't be that one should cancel the other out. Like, because you're enjoying shows that raise awareness, doesn't mean that you can't be entertained when you're watching a movie. So I feel like that's also very, very important. And I really think that, it's amazing how a show like Adolescence has kind of taken over the world, taken over conversations. What it's done, it's magical. Technically, it's so sound. And then, of course, let's not even forget the messaging that it has. To answer that, should there be more shows like that made out of India? I just want to tell you, as somebody who's a part of the film industry, who's a part of the OTT culture, there are so many bright minds that are right now, whether it's regional, whether it's pan-India, making content, that it's only a matter of time that, there will be a show coming out where there are going to be conversations that are happening as to, similar to this one, where people are going to be talking about, both sides of being online and being on social media. It's not very far away. And yeah, I mean, the shows that you mentioned are absolutely fantastic, and thank you. I may go and relive and start watching those as well, because I watched them at a different time of my life. But it shouldn't be an either or. Like, I feel like there should be, conversations through cinema and OTT shows, but there should also be entertainment. Never deprive yourself of that.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Ma'am in the fourth row, please. She's been trying to say something.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
Now we are all aware of Ghibli trend. Yeah, the most sharing picture nowadays. So, ma'am, my question is, the Ghibli trend is all about romanticizing everyday life, but some people say it's a reminder to keep special movements offline. So, what's your take on this? Should we share pictures or like?
I mean, as far as the Ghibli trend is concerned, there are two sides of it. there is a flip side that is being discussed as well. So I feel like, I think with trends, give it time. You don't have to jump onto everything. But I feel like your larger question is about pictures and should you share everything on social media? I don't know. I'm from that phase where I'd have to answer and say no. Like there's so much stuff and important and beautiful stuff that happens in my life, and those are as memories as they should be, and they don't make it to, you know, the gram or anywhere else. But there's also stuff that's important. I mean, excuse me, I mean, like today is World Health Day. So, you know, I'm talking about self-love and my post is about exercising and that. You know, so you use your voice in the right direction. I have, you know, a parenting community called Freedom to Feed, which has almost 60,000 parents on the community. I use that towards normalizing conversations around parenting. And of course you should. But do you want to put up everything on social media? Well, please, no, you don't need to. There's mystery and there's magic and I promise you we can all live without it. Not everything. Hold back.
Thank you. Thank you there. We can take one last question.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, my question. Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, my question is that, according to you, are those kind of reality shows that you guys promote, like the roadies or any kind of stuff, would have a negative?
As soon as I saw you, I knew it was a roadies question.
According to you, would it?
Yeah, continue. Guys, I'm going to take this differently. It's very easy.
I'm asking.
Tell me your name, tell me what you do, and then ask your question.
Okay, I'm Judge Mitra. I'm from Sarla Bila Gyanjyoti. And what I do, I don't know. I'm just a student right now.
Okay, I love that.
Thank you. Yeah.
So I still don't know what I do, but anyway.
So, like, according to you, would it have a negative impact on the children below the age of 16 years or 18 years? Because there are kind of vulgar language or people promoting different kind of things, like whether it's with Splitsvilla or roadies or any kind of OTT. What regarding to you is that, like, you promote that, right?
See, the show's been on for 20 years. You're how old? 23, right?
Me? I'm like 15.
You're 15?
Yes, ma'am.
My question is, how are you watching roadies? You're not allowed to.
Actually, I'm not watching
How?
it.
You are already again breaking like you're. It's an unlawful viewing for you, buddy.
Actually,
no,
to be really honest, my parents watch it. And
parents is fine. Parents have
So
used that kind of
sometimes-
language in their life, yeah. How old are your parents?
I don't know exactly. I don't remember their age.
Chalo, I'm saying 40 ke to honge na.
At least, yeah.
So at 40, they've used the kind of language we've used on roadies. I trust you go ask your dad if he's used this language.
But ma'am, there are children that are watching. So like,
But
according
your
to
children are not supposed to watch the show. How have you watched the show?
But ma'am, actually,
there is an age warning that comes.
Oh, there is?
Yeah.
I never saw it actually.
वो तो तुम forward कर देते हो. If your parents are watching, they are allowed to watch the show.
Ma'am, no, because it's being promoted on social media, reels.
हाँ.
वो सब तो देखते हैं ना
तो
बच्चे.
नहीं ना, say not interested option है. Instagram में option आती है. Interested, not interested. तुम लोग interested दबा देते हो. फिर हमको blame करते हो. हाँ?
No, ma'am, I'm just asking.
See,
कि what is your mindset?
I started doing the show after I became an adult.
But ma'am, there are some kind of
No,
children.
but to answer your question more seriously, see, there is an age, this thing, there's a disclaimer. And, I mean, it's reality show. It's a reality show. It's consumed. If you look at the, I'm going to be very honest, and I have my biases. I used to love watching the show. For me, it's an adventure-based reality show. I'm an adventure junkie. I've traveled, I've been, you know, I was raised in a 4G home. I've traveled everywhere. And, you know, going on bike rides with my friends and filming it as far as the reality show is concerned. I mean, I can't ask for more. Like that 1 month when I go on roadies is by far it's the maximum number of laughs and cries and emotion and competition and all that. So I look at it from a lens that, hey, this show teaches me how to survive. It teaches me how to put a fight forward. It teaches me how to maneuver in situations. Sometimes the show throws you into the deep end, but you rise, you know. And these are the qualities that I see that, you know, sometimes I'm good at and sometimes I'm not. You know, it really is a show that pushes you to the edge. And when you're in the midst of survival, whether you're on a reality show, whether you're in life, you wear your heart on your sleeve. And when you wear your heart on your sleeve, sometimes you do use colorful language, and there's nothing wrong with that as an adult. And I mean, unless you think I'm not, but I am an adult, and I'm allowed to use that language. But please exercise the not interested button. I'm telling you. And now give it 3 more years, and then dekho, khulle mein dekho. Hopefully, I'll also be there by then or not. But you like the show, na?
I never watched it.
Like, you said you were watching it.
I'm talking about...
Now you're saying you're not watching it.
I'm talking about the other children that are watching it. Even there are contestants that are very small. Like, you know, contestants aate hain, jab they are giving the interview, तब वो लोग बोलते भी हैं कि we are watching it from a very small age.
Yes.
With their parents.
Yes.
तो आप लोग उन लोग को like, you know, like entertain भी होते हैं वो लोग कि वो लोग इतने पहले से वो लोग watch करते हुए आ रहे हैं, now they are giving interviews.
Yes.
So that's also a point that I want to.
Of course, and I really think that, you know, they should watch it at an age where they are fit for it, and that's something that the parents have to do. अब मैं सबके घरों में जाके नहीं बोल सकती हूँ, but मैं आपको बोल सकती हूँ, and बाकी जो लोग सुन रहे हैं उनको बोल सकती हूँ. And as far as all the fans and the fan base of the show is concerned, I mean, all I can say is, guys, thank you for the love. It's really wonderful. Like, if you look at the show, it really teaches you survival. And when I come out of there, and when I come out of those 40 days of shooting, I really think that I can, as a human being, I can do so much more. And you're too young to have this conversation, but I'm really hoping you remember that I said this to you many years from now. And I wasn't on the show for almost 4 years. I became a parent twice over. I went back to being on the show, and it was far more challenging for me to go back after having 2 children at home waiting for me, and then being, you know, pushed into these situations. And I feel when a show like this gives you opportunities to go back and do the things that you get to do, it not only like helps you realize your potential to the maximum, it also makes you believe that, you know, as people, as human beings, there's very little that you can't do. So I'm very, very fond of the show. I'll always take up for it. I'll always take up for it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm Asha Kothari, and
Hi, ma'am.
I teach at the university at Guwahati. My question comes from the fact that, you know, some years ago, I had a friend who had a daughter who, on social media, and even when people would meet her, was one of the most peppy, one of the peppiest people I've known, you know. And then one fine day, suddenly in the evening, after making a specific number of posts, she actually committed suicide. Now, this duplicity in how children and adolescents, and she was an adolescent, present themselves, you know, on social media, and what they're really feeling inside, is something that is one of the most worrying things. I mean, losing a child, what can be worse than that? And if social media is to blame, I don't know how we are supposed to be actually keeping tabs on what's really going on in the mind of the child. It's a very heavy and probably a very dark question, but then it exists nevertheless. And this is something that we really don't want to live through. So I just want to know what you suggest, how parents should keep, you know, a finger on the pulse of their child.
Well, firstly, I'm very sorry to hear this, ma'am. It's just, it's beyond dark, and it shouldn't happen. It just shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen to anyone. I mean, I don't know what to say when I hear such, you know, it's a heavy story and question and all of that combined, but I just feel that I think the constant conversations with your child, checking in on children is very important. And I'm sure the mother has also done all this, but one can never know, right, what's going on. How do you understand? How do you justify? I think controlling content. I think again, constantly sharing. You were in this situation. What do you think? Like, you're there. Like, I'm also a little numb right now after what you've said, because I also have 2 children, and instantly you start getting so scared, because, you know, one thing is watching a show and one thing is actually hearing it from someone who's, you know, had a friend who's been through it. What did you say to her?
One really doesn't know how to react to these things when this happened, you know. And I completely refused to believe it, because this girl was one of the peppiest, like I said, peppiest people you've ever known. And then underneath was all this. And her social media persona was a very peppy one. She was always lively and chattering and things like that. And then, out of the blue, this comes. This, I suppose, one as a parent can do is to constantly, you know, I got on Facebook because the first thing I did was I made friends with my son. My son is, of course, 27 now, so, you know, the first thing I was doing was I'm tracking my son. The reason I got onto social media. But then, you know, even tracking a person doesn't really seem to, you know,
give us solutions. I mean,
Can I come into this?
Yes, please.
When I spoke earlier during the day, I spoke of communication with children. In our social system, there is a gap in the communication that we have with our children. It's the way society is structured. So, Aparna Sabha Monot Ase, I spoke about communication. So what I would like to say is that in today's day and age, we have to learn how not to have barriers with children when we communicate. The problem is that barrier of age and that barrier of I'm the parent and you're the child has to go. I told them a little story of how about 3 days ago, I have a 28-year-old son, and how 3 days ago my mom said that you let your son bully you. I said, no, I don't let my son bully me. I learn from him because we are equals, and this has been the case since he was about 8 years old. So get rid of that mindset that because we are of a certain age, we know more. Maybe we have more experience, but as far as this world is concerned, we possibly don't know as much as the kids know.
No, I agree with you. In fact, I feel like we know little and we need to learn from them.
Yeah, so this also I learned a few years ago. There was a young girl from Guwahati who works in World Bank, and she had come and we were having a conversation. Mine was an innocent question, but her reaction stumped me. मेरे मुंह से निकल गया, बेटा तुम्हारी उम्र कितनी है, which is a very Hindustani Indian social question, and I was actually asking it because I was amazed at her knowledge. But she turned around and taught me something new. She said, like all Indians, you are an ageist. I was apt. Then I understood where she was coming from. So when you're dealing with your children, you think of this word and learn how to hear your children. So don't just see your children. This was very sad, Asha, what you shared with us. But also don't think that what your child is putting on social media is the reality.
Yeah, the truth doesn't exist there.
So if you're in communication with your child, there is, from the intonation of the child's words, even on the telephone, believe me, you'll be able to catch that there's something missing there. So, हम तो पुलिस वाले हैं, आँख और कान खोलो. That's just, I had to intervene, sorry.
No, of course, and as you must, and I feel like I'm up to, like, you know, seeking advice, and I'm so glad that I'm in this room, and, You know, I'm not just here, like I said in the beginning, I'm not just here somebody who's, you know, talking about the cause that we're supporting today, but also as a parent. I want to learn more. I want to be able to, I want to be able to make sure that, you know, children around me, parents, my own children, everyone is safe. And at the same time, not even curbed. So there is a very fine line between the two.
I am really sorry we'll not be able to take any more questions because of the time constraint. So we've come to the end of session today. Thank you so much, Neha.
Thank you so
for
much.
being here, for this engaging conversation and being a part of Infantia.
Thank you. You were absolutely wonderful and you moderated this session so well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank
and
you.
Sorry if I asked you to repeat a few questions. I get carried away.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. You've been a great audience. And from this point, you know what to do. Use the hashtag don't be a sharent. Talk about what we spoke about. Spread the word. Know where everyone's boundaries lie. And if you have to have that conversation openly with your children, please do. It's never too early or too late. And for everything else, we're all here. And I'm so glad we're a team now. So yeah, we're very happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was an incredible exchange of ideas. Thank you, Neha, for your insight into the critical issue of how media is shaping childhood today, and for emphasizing that it calls for a collective and conscious effort from all of us. Thank you so much.
This sari is so beautiful. You put it in front. It's beautiful. Very nice. I'm looking at it.
Yes, yes.
I should have worn this. I'm obsessed with it. What is going on now?
Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to screen a short movie. The movie is based on the poem Hoy Khobar Gham, written by Dr. Parthasarathi Mohanto, IPS Commissioner of Police, Guwahati. It narrates the stories of children who are forced into child labor. This movie was part of the Guwahati Police's awareness campaign in collaboration with UTSA Child Rights Organization. Do watch the movie.
মোৰ এটা ভাইটি হ'ল নহয়, চকুকেইটা মোৰ নিচিনা, মোলৈ লাগি চাই থাকে। তাৰ কি জানি কিবা কিবি খাবলৈ মন যায়। মাৰ গাটো ভাল হোৱাই নাই, কামলৈ যাব পৰা হোৱা নাই, দেউতাৰ দিনটোৰ হাজিৰাই নগোলাই। সিটো নাজানে মোলৈকে কৰি চাই থাকে।
মোৰ জন্মৰ পাছতে হেনো বা চহৰলৈ গৈছিল। বায়ে পঠোৱা পইচাৰে হেনো মই ডাঙৰ হৈছিলোঁ। পাছলৈ পইচা নহা হ'ল, বাও নাই, বাক চাকৰি দিয়া মানুহজনো নাই।
দেউতাই কৈছে চাকৰি দিব পৰা নতুন মানুহজন ভাল, অলপ পইচা আগতীয়াকৈ দিব। মই ঘূৰি আহিব নোৱাৰিলেও ঘৰখনে অলপ পইচা পাব।
নৈখনক ইমান ভাল পাওঁ, নৈৰ পাৰতে খেলোঁ, নৈতে গা ধুওঁ। তথাপি খুন্দিয়াই পাৰ ভাঙি দিলে, ভেটিও খহালে, বালিৰেও পুতিলে। খেৰি ছালখন এতিয়া আমাৰ ঘৰৰ মজিয়া, মথাউৰিটো হেনো নতুনকৈ হ'ব। কিতাপ বহীবোৰ উটি গ'লেই যেতিয়া মাটি কটাই ভাল হ'ব। পইচা হেনো দৈনিক দিব।
মানুহৰ মৰমীয়া, তেওঁলোকৰ মাইনাজনীও মোৰ সমান। তাই পুৰণা কাপোৰ দুযোৰ মোক দিছে। ঘৰৰ ভিতৰত অৱশ্যে মই খালী ভৰিয়ে থাকিব লাগে। মজিয়াখন চাফাকৈ ৰাখে, ময়ে সাৰো মচো মাইনাজনী স্কুললৈ যোৱাৰ পাছত।
মথাউৰিটো সম্পূৰ্ণ নহ'ব, চহৰতহে দুটা অট্টালিকা হ'ব, কেইবা মহলীয়া।
এটাত এখন বজাৰ বহিব, আনটোত ঘৰ সাজিব।
চহৰত বোলে কাম ওলায়ে থাকে, মথাউৰিৰ নিচিনা নহয়। পানী আহিলে কাম চলে, পানী শুকালে বন্ধ।
চহৰলৈ যাব লাগিব, অট্টালিকা সাজিব লাগিব। আমাৰ ঘৰৰ ভেটিটো অলপ ওখ কৰিব লাগিব। ল'ৰা ছোৱালীয়ে পঢ়া শুনা কৰিলেহে ভৱিষ্যত সুন্দৰ হয়, দেশৰ, সমাজৰ। মাইনাজনীয়েতো পঢ়িয়ে আছে।
ওখ অট্টালিকা হেনো দেশৰ প্ৰগতিৰ চিন। মই অট্টালিকাই সাজি আছো।
মেডামৰ ওচৰলৈ বা দুজনী আহে, তেতিয়া মোক ওলাবলৈ নিদিয়ে। বা এজনীয়ে মোক এবাৰ দেখিছে, মাতিব খুজিছিল, মেডামে আঁতৰাই নিলে। ছাৰৰ ওচৰলৈ চান্দা বিচাৰি বহুত মানুহ আহে। দুগৰাকী বাইদেউ আহিছিল। ছাৰে দেউতাকৰ নামত এটা শিশুগৃহ সাজিব। মোক চাকৰি দিয়া মানুহটোৱে মেডামৰ পৰা মাহে মাহে দৰমহা নিয়ে। দেউতাক পইচা দিছেনে? ভাইটোৱে খাবলৈ পাইছেনে? সি চাগৈ ডাঙৰ হ'ল, চকুকেইটা বা এতিয়া কাৰ নিচিনা হ'ল? মোক চিনি পাবনে?
এইবাৰ বানত দেউতা ঢুকাল। মথাউৰিটো সম্পূৰ্ণও নহ'ল, মজবুতো নহ'ল। পানীৰ সোঁতত ঠাউনিয়ে নাপালে। ঘৰৰ ভেটিটো ওখ কৰিবলৈ নাপালোঁ। বাৰীৰ চুকতে দেউতাক থলোঁ।
বাইদেউ দুজনীৰ সহায় ল'ব লাগিব। গাঁৱৰে ভনীজনীকো মেডামৰ
আনৰ অট্টালিকা নাসাজো, আনৰ মাইনা নিচুকাই নিজৰ ভাইটিক নাপাহৰো।
গাঁৱলৈ ঘূৰি যাম, ঘৰলৈ উভতি যাম, জীৱনবোৰ নতুনকৈ সজাম। আমাৰ নিৰীহ পিঠিতে আৰু কিমান উদ্যোগ গঢ়িবা অবুজ বুকুচাতে কিমান অট্টালিকা সাজিবা আমাৰ অসহায়তাৰ ভৰ দি আৰু কিমান উঠাবা
আমাৰ চকুত সপোন নেদেখানে আমাৰ নুফুটা হাঁহিৰ ভাষা নুবুজানে আমাৰ হেঁপাহবোৰ তোমাৰ অন্তৰে নুবুজেনে আমাৰ শৈশৱবোৰ উভতাই দিবানে উভতাই
this session. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next session, a panel discussion on the powerful and timely experiences must reflect the principles of protection and inclusion that we fight for offline. This conversation brings together eminent panelists, Shri Surendra Kumar, ADG Vigilance and Anti-Corruption, and convener of the Assam Police Sishu Mitra program, whose work reflects a practical commitment to child rights, focusing on enforcement, coordination, and awareness to protect children from exploitation and abuse. His book, Role of Stakeholders in Child Protection, has made a seminal contribution towards child rights. We next have Dr. Madhulika Jonathan, Chief of the UNICEF Field Office for Assam and Northeast states. Dr. Jonathan has extensive experiences in public health and child welfare and oversees initiatives and public awareness campaigns focusing on child protection, education, health, and disaster management across Assam and the Northeast. We welcome you, sir and ma'am. For this session, we are also joined by three remarkable adolescent voices who will be sharing their lived experiences with us. They are Shaurya Khemka, student of class 12 of Royal Global School; Medha Jyoti Nath, class 10 student of Assam Jatiya Vidyalaya; Banashri Das, a class 9 student of TC Girls HS and MP School. This session will be moderated by Mr. Miguel Das Kia, founder of UTSA, a leading child rights organization from Assam and a partner of the Assam Police Sishu Mitra program. I kindly request all our eminent panelists to please come up on stage for the panel discussion. A very warm welcome to all once again. Over to you, Miguel.
Thank you so much, Olindita. And I think these sessions will be post-Neha Dhupia sessions. So I hope we kind of keep you interested in the subject. It is very critical, and I understand that now it's almost lunchtime. So we'll try to keep this conversation really short, yet very meaningful, because at the end, we have to talk about the serious things of what happens to children while they navigate the digital world. Well, my first question, of course, I'll straight away go to my panelists, Dr. Madhulika Jonathan, Chief of UNICEF, extensively has worked in the child rights space. UNICEF globally works on children's rights and especially engages with governments so that to ensure that children's rights on field are realized. So Madhulika, here, while we hear a lot of conversations around what should we do, what should we not do, how should parents act, we don't hear too much about children's rights. For example, when I talk to children across the country, when we go for workshops, by the way, I'll also keep it bilingual. Is it all right? Because we also have our Ahomia Madhyamor Hihuokolo ase. So we talk about children's rights. We talk about it. But when I ask children or their parents that do you realize that children have rights? So my first question would be for people here, our guests, children here to understand that what are children's rights? Are they there or is it just a mere concept somewhere? So the first question to you, Madhulika, is for everyone to know is Hihu Adhikar mane ki? Yeah.
So, no, thank you, Miguel. That's a very pertinent question to sort of anchor this conversation. And it is a very big question because we have human rights and we have child rights. And we also have our guiding documents, our guiding conventions, the UNCRC, the Convention of the Rights of the Child, which India is signatory to. And that really speaks about, it talks about child rights, so it's the rights of every child. And let me come straight to the point of, children's rights, and I would use the word safeguarding children's rights in a digital world. And when we talk about safeguarding children's rights in a digital world, we talk specifically because there are a lot of rights, and I won't open that space, but we know that they're there. But in a digital world, we talk about really the freedom of expression for children, the whole space where they need to be safe. We also talk about the right for participation. And so the fact that these rights exist, that is very important for us as duty bearers, as parents, as caregivers to understand, because when we're talking about creating a safe digital world and safeguarding children in the digital world, we need to understand that if we stick to the whole child rights domain and talk about rights, then it can be a very fulfilling space. It can be a space that fosters learning. So I know that children are here and they're probably on a certain component of digital learning after COVID. It also creates a space for creativity. It also creates space for well-being. But it also has the dark side, which Neha spoke about in her previous session, which is cyberbullying. It talks about invasion of privacy, exposure to harmful content. So unless we safeguard rights, we also have the exposure and exploitation to the difficult side of the digital world. Maybe I'll stop there. Yeah. You want me to speak one more sentence on what we as UNICEF do in this area?
Yeah, you can actually. But
so I'll just say one line about that when we talk about, because Miguel spoke about UNICEF's global positioning on in the digital world, I think one thing we really want to do is that Mr. Surendra Kumar is here, and I'm very grateful for the book that he wrote with us on the duty bearers for children. We need, again, more people to speak up in the policy space. We need people to speak up in the policy space, but we also need us as duty bearers, as parents, as caregivers, to ensure that a lot of this is actually enforced. Because a lot of laws and rules and acts are there, but we need also enforcement.
Thank you, Madhulika. I think that kind of, opened the door for an understanding and having this conversation around children's rights to begin with, because it's very critical for everyone to understand that what are children's rights in the first place. Okay, now we come to Surendraji. You have worked extensively on children's, especially child protection rights. One thing which I was discussing with you the other day itself, that yes, there is a widespread usage of mobile phones. Some attributed to COVID, but I think it goes much deeper than that. The understanding needs to be probably much deeper than on just by saying that it was COVID that prompted children to use digital technology or mobile phones. So what I wanted to ask you is that why this sudden surge in dependence on mobile technology or internet devices? Secondly, the good, bad, and the ugly. What are these trends that we see as an outcome of heavy dependence on internet technology amongst adolescents these days? And what other strategies? See, one thing we speak about rights, children have their rights, but it is also important to realize that they also have the right to protection. They have to be protected online, right? So how do we give them the rights on one hand, because they have the right to education, information, participation, association online, at the same time protect their right to protection from abuse, exploitation, neglect, or maltreatment? Surendraji.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very relevant question. Dr. Madhulika was talking about rights of children. I would add on to that point a bit before answering your question. There are three important rights of children which are compromised, infringed upon, and threatened on internet, on digital space. One such right is right to privacy. This is an important right for children. Second right is right to life, survival, and development. And third right you have already mentioned, right to protection from abuse, exploitation, and neglect. So coming to your question, internet and social media is very essential for children. We should not deny the benefits of internet and digital space to our children. These are used to socialize, to learn, for entertainment, and also to ignite their creativity. So children can express themselves, they can innovate, they can share their creations, and that leads to the development of personality. Since services are going digital, internet is very cheap, so many smartphones in the country, so accordingly there is a lot of penetration of internet in our society, and we are doing fairly well in the world. What was your second question?
Good, bad, and ugly you have spoken.
Yes.
What strategies can be?
Yes. I would, since a lot of parents are here, I would tell you one story I was sharing with Mr. Miguel a couple of days ago. And this was a shocker for me. One guest who is a distant relative of mine came to my house 3-4 days ago. Then I inquired about his children. He has 2 children. Then he shared with me that his daughter is not able to speak properly. She has stammering issues. She is not able to frame sentences properly. And he is very much disturbed and engaged in consulting the doctor, giving speech therapy to her, and doing other forms of treatment. Then he told that soon after seeing the doctor, seeing my child, the doctor told कि आपने इसको बचपन में मोबाइल फ़ोन ज़्यादा दे दिया क्या? That was the first observation of the doctor. And then the doctor explained to him, and he was sharing it with me, that when the child has to learn how to speak in infant period, the child was busy and engaged in one-way communication. And mothers find it sometimes very comfortable to give smartphone to children so that they can attend to toilet, they can do some cooking, and child is busy watching the social media or programs on the mobile. Now, in this process, the two-way communication is lost. Child only listens, but does not get much opportunity to speak with the parents or with other kids. Now, this may lead to such a devastating consequence was a new thing to me. And then as a treatment, he is inviting children, he has given his child to a play school, he even sent his daughter to his native place in Bihar with request to his relatives that call some children from the village and allow my girl, give the opportunity to interact. Because in villages, it's very easy to spare time for the children to come together and spend the time together. Now, this is a learning point for all of us. This throws light on the utility of internet. We cannot deny the right of children to use internet, but there has to be balance. And as DGP sir was telling, as Mrs. Dhupia was telling, that the key responsibility in this entire episode is of parents. Now, parents cannot guide their children unless and until they are themselves familiar with the internet space, with digital platforms. Sadly, a large number of parents are not aware what their children are doing, and even if they are aware, their knowledge is very limited. So we have to educate parents, and I'm very happy that post-lunch you have sessions for parents also.
Thank you so much, Surendraji. When you spoke about the parenting part of it, one, yes, if you look at the general, maybe the upper middle class, who are educated, understand English, you can still teach and kind of build capacities around it. What about, because nowadays I went to few communities in the last few weeks. I was visiting informal settlements, and some of my friends also here know that I have worked in an informal settlement for a long time. Now, every house, in the slum areas, are having mobile technology. They're using internet on mobile phones. But their parents are uneducated, have never been to school for generations, right? So they don't understand, though they have a mobile phone. Now, how do you capacitate those parents? And it's a massive number. I'm talking about scale. That's one challenge, right? And secondly, we have seen that we like to say things like, school teachers. Etu koribo lage, etu koribo nwara. This can be done and this cannot be done, right? So now, I come back to the topic. One is children's rights, yes, very critical. Right to education, information, forming associations, friendships online, right? But they also have the right to protection online. How do we identify the best interest? How do we balance it out? Because it seems sometimes an impossibility, considering that the digital space is so massive. Where do we start? One, about the capacity of parents, especially in communities that are marginalized. And secondly, how do we strike the balance between protection of both these rights of children? And how do we draw that best interest principle, Madhulika? Tough question, but I hope you can answer that for our audience.
I'll give it a try, and I think you should have asked the young people first, what is, best interest of children, because it's often the adults defining the best interest of children and not children themselves. And I think it's time that we listen to children
because children are at different ages. So let me come straight to the point of best interest of children. So best interest of children is something which UNICEF has also been doing. We call it CRIA, Child Impact Assessment, Child Risk Impact Assessment. And in that we actually look at what different modes, because it also comes from a disaster risk resilience point of view, what actually affects children the most, whether it's an earthquake, whether it's a cyclone, but also then looking at the digital world and what, in the digital world, what affects children. And there is, speaking with my colleague Lakshmi Narayan, who's our child protection specialist, and we were talking about big research that has been conducted from the Infantia Center, which is the global center for UNICEF, where they're looking at 7 countries, and we hope that Assam will be part of that research, looking at the digital spaces here and how we want to navigate those spaces. So, best interest of child, there is already a certain, in the UNCRC, based on the rights approach, it already has a best interest of children. But having said that, the best interest of children is something like, it's a fluid space. The best interest of a 4-year-old cannot be the best interest of a 14-year-old. And so it needs to be customized, and it needs to have benchmarks, and it needs to have conversations and dialogue, both with duty bearers and children, and the young people, young adolescents, and also grab from their experiences of the digital world, especially in the context of best interest of child. And we also need to look, when you say protection versus how we also restrict. So I think that is, again, a very fluid space, where we were listening in the previous session that it's a call. It's how much we want to share, how much we want to put out there, because the platforms are there. And at this, I want to say one thing, that when we are talking about the space for children, the space is not an equal space. When you speak about especially children who are vulnerable and children who are from, I would say, low socioeconomic families, even in a family when there's a boy and a girl, sometimes the boy gets access and the girl does not get access. You spoke about people in the vernacular language and people who can speak English, and languages which are more easily available on the internet, and then they have more access. So it also creates a divide. It's an unequal space. It's an unequal space for children, because then some children are getting access and some are not. And I think that is a challenge for us, that when we are talking about best interest of children, how do we ensure that each child achieves his or her true potential? And yeah, I think that is a safeguard that we need to have in place, and yet be cautious that we are restricting children from expressing themselves, learning more information, which is age appropriate. Yeah.
Thank you, Madhulika, because this word restriction, in fact, the whole conversation should be around this topic, because while today in the previous session, one young boy was asking about the content that comes on, reels and the small, these videos that come about certain serials or OTT kind of, cinema, which is not appropriate for children. So what some people think, like one school of thought, so I'll come to our young friends here. You can answer one after the other, Medha, Shaurya, and Banashri. So the one part, a lot of parents feel, or a lot of, especially sometimes policymakers too feel, that social media as a space should be banned for children till a certain age. So there is this kind of, Assame bisare je social media, ba homaj madhyam, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, hihur babe okoman ban koi dibo lage eta boyokhor karone, right? The others say no, this is restriction of the rights of children, because children have rights as adults do, right? There should not be this gap. As young people, I'm sure all of you are on social media spaces. What do you think about this banning? At the same time, I come back again to the question of protecting your right to access to information, again, education, everything. But how do we protect you from the perils as well? So we'll start with Medha, then we'll go to Shaurya, and then to Banashri. Very shortly.
Yeah. First of all, I'm thanking Infantia to let me the part of this conversation because this is a very sensitive topic. And as you questioned that nowadays many people think that social media should be banned for children, I mean under the age of 18. Yeah, but I think আমি কেনেকৈ এইটো মানে বেলেঞ্চ কৰিব পাৰোঁ, হাউ উই কেন বেলেঞ্চ ইট ডেট যদি এজন শিশুৱে বা ইফ আ চাইল্ড অপেনছ হিজ ছ'চিয়েল মিডিয়া একাউণ্ট, দ্য ছুপাৰভাইজাৰ শুড বি হিজ গাৰ্জিয়ান. I mean, I have a Facebook account that's called Meta Hiranyo Nath. My middle name is Hiranyo because my father's name is Hiranyo Kumar Nath. So it is supervised by my father. মোৰ দেউতাই একাউণ্টটো চম্ভালে কাৰণ মই যিহেতু গানৰ লগত জড়িত, আই এম এংগেজ উইথ মিউজিক, চ' আই পোষ্ট মিউজিকেল কণ্টেণ্টছ দেয়াৰ. Like if I sang a song somewhere on the stage and he's recording now and he would post on the social media. Hello. Yes, so the memory would remain forever. I mean, it doesn't get deleted because earlier we have DVD, CDs. He would herai goisil. It get lost. But nowadays, if we check my account after 10 years, so more he video to tat dekha pabo. Gotike tenedhornor jodi ami social media to use koru ba if we use social media in that way, that then I think it won't harm us that much because our social media is being watched by our parents, our supervisor. কিন্তু যেনেকৈ অষ্ট্ৰেলিয়াতে বেন কৰি দিছে যে অষ্ট্ৰেলিয়াত 16 বছৰৰ তলৰ শিশুসকলে ছ'চিয়েল মিডিয়া খুলিব নোৱাৰে বিকজ দ্য ক্ৰাইম ৰেট হেজ ইনক্ৰিজড অন অষ্ট্ৰেলিয়া ছ' মাছ ডেট দে হেড টু সেই লটো তেওঁলোকে তাত প্ৰয়োগ কৰিবলৈ বাধ্য হ'ল. গতিকে I think if the social media account of the child is handled by the parents or it's owned by the parents, that there would be not such kind of crimes and cyberbullying etc. that we are facing nowadays. Because সেই ল'ৰাজনে সৰু বয়সত সকলো নাজানে যে ই কোনটো ভাল কোনটো বেয়া. He might click on a fake link, he might click on get involved into some cyber crime. So যদি আকৌ সেই open communication থাকিব লাগিব যে parent have to also understand the psychology and mindset of the child, what he's wanting to do. So the parents should also let them do what they want to do, but again in a certain supervision. So that would help the child to grow his social media life also as well as his social life. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, I would like to say I am honored to be on this platform. So the thing is, I don't think banning social media for a certain age is a solution. I think that everybody has a right to freedom to explore. And some people were saying that if I post something on social media today, I might regret it 10 years down the line. But the thing is, that is how I will find out that this is something that I would have done wrong. If I would not have gotten the chance to explore, how would I know that I would have done something wrong? So we cannot limit somebody's right to explore and to like digital rights nowadays is a human right for a child. Just as there are playgrounds offline, these are playgrounds for the children nowadays. So we cannot curtail their right to freedom in such a way. And Medha mentioned a very powerful point that parents are the ones who should be the supervisors of children. So I believe that parents should be so frank with their children that they could talk about everything and anything. So if we have an open communication with our parents and be mindful about what we post, what we see, and as Neha ma'am said, not interested button in Instagram, these facilities are already provided to us, and we need to know how to use them. And such platforms in which we are a part of the discussion is a very significant step in empowering us and making us aware of the current situations. Yeah. Thank you.
Shaurya. Yeah. Banashri. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. I am very honored to being a part of this meeting. So I also believe that everything has both negative and positive factors. Social media also has negative and positive factors. যেনেকৈ আমি একেদিন আমাৰ কেইদিনমান আগতে হৈ যোৱা বিভিন্ন বস্তুৰ বিষয়ে আমি ছ'চিয়েল মিডিয়াৰ যোগেদিয়ে অৱগত হৈছোঁ. ফৰ এক্সাম্পল যেনে কেইদিনমান আগতে হৈ যোৱা ম্যানমাৰৰ ভূমিকম্পৰ বিষয়ে আমি ইণ্টাৰনেটৰ যোগেদি অৱগত হৈছোঁ। ইয়াৰ লগতে আমাৰ মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী ডাঙৰীয়াই আগবঢ়োৱা বিভিন্ন ধৰণৰ আঁচনিৰ বিষয়েও আমি ইণ্টাৰনেটৰ যোগেদি অৱগত হৈছোঁ। এইটো সঁচা যে ইণ্টাৰনেটৰ এটা বেয়া ছাইডো আছে, কিন্তু যেনেকৈ দাদাই ক'লে যে আমি পেৰেণ্টছে সেইবোৰ গুৰুত্ব দিব লাগে, কেনেকৈ আমি ইণ্টাৰনেটটো ছ'চিয়েল মিডিয়া ইউজ কৰিব লাগে। কিন্তু মই ভাবোঁ যে এটা পাৰ্চনেল ইনষ্টাগ্ৰাম একাউণ্ট ইয়া বিভিন্ন ছ'চিয়েল মিডিয়া একাউণ্ট আমি 18 ইয়াৰ্ছৰ বিল' 18 ইয়াৰ্ছ আমি ইউজ কৰিব নালাগে। আমি পেৰেণ্টছৰ একাউণ্ট বা মা দেউতাৰ সেনেকৈ একাউণ্ট লৈ আমি ইউজ কৰিব লাগে।
Okay, thank you, Banashri. TK conversation to TK, parental supervision, your rights should not be restrictive, but it should be more empowering, you know. So, like Banashri says, social media is so critical, and rightly said by Shaurya, it's the new playground for younger people now, right? I hope the old playgrounds still exist and are functional. Sincerely hope that one can balance both out. But, you know, there are perils. Because as a child rights practitioner, even Asha today in the morning had spoken about certain outcomes which are very critical. We have been dealing with a lot of cases of violence against children through the digital space. It's massive. Surendra ji, as a police officer, you have also seen these cases. What are some of the critical, you know, cases of crimes? What are the vulnerabilities that children may face in the present time? So if you can just shortly touch upon the crimes that children, and any young people sitting here should listen to this so that you are aware of what kind of, you know, vulnerabilities you might face while navigating that space.
When we talk of crime, which are committed online against children, cyberbullying is one. It is a huge problem among kids. Then online sexual abuse of children is very scary. And when today time would not permit me, when I would tell you the details, finer details of how the crime is committed, it would be very frightening. So we have to protect our children. When we talk of online sexual abuse of children, online grooming is a menace these days. And when we talk of parenting, when there is gaps in parenting, when there is gaps in conversation between children and parents, when there is breakdown of conversation, then the groomers, those who are sitting in the digital space, exploit the opportunity and become friend with the child. Because if father is not friend with the child, if mother is not talking and engaging with the child, someone else is waiting. And it's just like a relation between a dog and a master. The grooming is done in such a way that the master would give the command and the dog would follow it. So the relation of the person who is grooming and the child is like that only. Slowly, the child gets out of the control of the parents and goes into the hands of the person who is grooming. The person who is grooming mostly poses as someone else. He is something in life but poses as something else. And we post so many things on social media about children. Children also post. So by surfing through that, the potential victim is selected. And then through psychological manipulations, grooming takes place. So grooming is one. Then circulation of child sexual abuse material, which is generally called child pornography, is a huge problem. And it is fueled by darknet. So through darknet, it's almost impossible to trace the person who is perpetrating the crime. And then live streaming of child sexual abuse is just like a movie theater. The child is being abused real time. It is being videographed, and there are people sitting against payment and enjoying the act, the abuse of children. And sometimes they can also direct the abuser, aise karo, abuse the child in particular way, so that they can satisfy their perverted mindset. And the last thing which I would like to mention, the exposure of children on digital space to harmful content, dangerous content, radicalization of children, exposure to such content which is detrimental to the development of children and also leads to self-harm and in many cases to suicide. So I would see these are the protection issues faced on the digital space. Now you were asking about the challenges or something. So these are the major forms of crime the children face on the internet. Giving the time constraint, I cannot go beyond this.
Thank you, Surendraji. I think even I had a lot of questions in my mind, but again, due to time constraints, we won't be able to, I won't be able to ask you all of that. But I think this is just a beginning to many such conversations that, probably would be having in the near future. But at the end, especially because I feel that the main people who we have for a long time not heard, when we make policy, laws, when we make our institutions, when we have conversations, we forget the critical, stakeholder, that is children themselves. So we insisted that adolescents be a part. As adolescents, as we close the session, what would be, because see, one is children being protected themselves, being aware of the crimes, your own rights. But as we have seen, that parents, because the hashtag today is don't be a sharent, parents are using their children online. Parents are making, for example, a girl child being bathed, and that is being shown as a video online. So I often ask parents that would you like yourself being shown bathing? Because there is a feeling that what the rights that we as adults have, children do not have, right? So we use you as we feel like, right? So that's why I think adult supervision is something that we need to talk about more. But at the end, as young people, what would be your message to parents of how they can protect their children online and then not engage into any action that might endanger the welfare of their children? So to you, Medha, Shaurya, and Banashri, closing remarks. Basically, message to parents and adults like us.
Hello. Okay, first of all, in my case, because I'm very lucky, I have my supportive parents who supports me in every way. So I would like to say to the parents that মানে শিশুসকলৰ যিবিলাক মানে সৃষ্টিমূলক প্ৰতিভা বা দ্য ক্ৰিয়েটিভ লাইনছ দে আৰ ট্ৰাইং টু মানে যিবিলাক তেওঁলোকে প্ৰতিভা বিকশিত কৰিব বিচাৰিছে লাইক ইফ ছামৱান লাইকছ টু ড্ৰয়িং মানে কণ্টেণ্ট হিচাপে ইউজ কৰিব নালাগে যে শিশুটোক যে শিশুটোৱে ধৰক ঘৰত খেলি আছে সেইটোকে দেখাব নালাগে যেন ইফ হি লাইকছ টু ড্ৰ দেন ইউ কেন শ্ব' ইট অন ছ'চিয়েল মিডিয়া যে হি draws so well, and if he likes to sing, then সেইটো প্ৰতিভা ছ'চিয়েল মিডিয়াত দেখাব পাৰে কিন্তু এইবিলাক গতানুগতিক ধৰক খেলি আছে বা যিবিলাক কাম কৰি আছে সেই ধৰণৰ কণ্টেণ্টবিলাক মানে সিমান বেছিকৈ দেখালে সেইটো মানে ল'ৰাটোৰ গোটেই শিশুকালটো মানে যেন এখন ফিল্ম বনাই আছে তাৰ ওপৰত দেট দ্য পেৰেণ্টছ ইজ মেকিং আ ফিল্ম এবাউট দ্য চাইল্ডহুড অফ দ্য চিলড্ৰেন অফ দ্য চাইল্ড চ' দিছ শুড নট গ' লাইক দেট আৰু এটা কথা মানে এনেকুৱা ধৰণৰ আমি কিছুমান পদক্ষেপ ল'ব পাৰোঁ যে শিশুটোক আমি কেনেকৈনো ছ'চিয়েল মিডিয়াৰ এডিকশ্যনটোৰ পৰা আঁতৰাই ৰাখিব পাৰোঁ বিকজ দ্য ছ'চিয়েল মিডিয়া ইজ নট বেড বাট দ্য এডিকশ্যন অফ ছ'চিয়েল মিডিয়া ইজ বেড চ' উই কেন ডু দেট ইন আৱাৰ ফেমিলি উই কেন মেক আ টেক আৱাৰ ফৰ দেট I mean, in that particular hour, all the family members sit together, watches a movie together, watches the educational video together. In that ek tir mein do shikar mane family time spend kora habo logote he loratuk mane ki sai ase he bostu enjoy kora habo gotike we can make a tech hour for the home aru mane lora choli social media ba mobile er proti ahokto hoar eta main karon to hol family horok time ni die. So if a father comes from the office, then if kunbai ekhon bhal sube ki detakok dekhaba bichariche, the father see what I have drew, detak to kobo no I don't have now time, I am scrolling my internet, I am busy on my phone, so you go get your phone and engage with your phone. So teneke tar social media tor proti ahokto to besikoi barhi jay. To then ako pisot detak to kobo tumi kyo mobile to sai asa kyo addicted hoy gola gotike the kid or the child should get more time with the family. Tenekoi ami social media addiction to kon otorabo paru. Dhanyabad.
Yeah, so my closing remark would be that like you mentioned that what should be shared and what should be not. So the simple solution is that parents should take consent of their children. As sir, while mentioning the statistics, said that most of the parents in India don't even know what taking consent of their children is. So we should ask, parents should ask their children that, are you comfortable sharing this on the internet or not? And one more thing is that if someone wants to create content of their talent, they should do so. But if a parent is forcibly posting something or a private video or something of their children on the internet, that is very wrong on the part of their parents. So this is the main thing that should be focused upon, and parents, like children also, while sharing, they should be very, very aware of the situations, and that's the main thing.
Thank you, Shauri. Last, Banashri.
Nowadays, like it's very dangerous to post a child's photo on internet. Just like sir said, আজিকালি যদি আমি সোশ্যাল মিডিয়াত এটা বাচ্চাৰ ফটো পোষ্ট কৰোঁ তেতিয়াহ'লে বহুতো বেয়া মানুহ থাকে যিয়ে সেই ফটোবোৰ লৈ সেইবোৰৰ ডিপ ফেক্স বনায় যিবোৰ বহুত ৰিয়েল লাগে সেইবোৰ ইনষ্টাগ্ৰাম या বেলেগ ফেচবুক টুইটাৰ এইবিলাকত পোষ্ট কৰিব পাৰে এইবোৰ বহুত বেয়া দিশলৈ গৈ আছে সেইবাবে পেৰেণ্টছে যিমান পাৰে সিমান কম নিজৰ বাচ্চাটোৰ ফটো এনেকৈ ছ'চিয়েল মিডিয়াত পোষ্ট কৰিব লাগে আৰু কৰাৰ আগত যেতিয়া ক'লে ন কনচেণ্টটো ল'ব লাগে কৰিব নালাগে যিমান পাৰে সিমান কৰিব নালাগে কাৰণ এইবোৰ যিমান বেয়া দিশলৈ আজিকালি গৈ আছে আমি ইমেজিনো কৰিব নোৱাৰোঁ আৰু কেনেকুৱা বেয়া বেয়া বস্তু ঘটি আছে তো মই এইটো ক'ব খুজিছোঁ যে যদি পেৰেণ্টছবোৰে বিচাৰে যে বাচ্চাবোৰ ইণ্টাৰনেট এডিকশ্যনৰ পৰা দূৰত থাকক তেতিয়াহ'লে বিভিন্ন এণ্টাৰটেইনমেণ্ট কাম কৰক যেনেকৈ বাচ্চাটোক কুকিঙত হেৰি যেনে মই এতিয়া গাৰ্ডেনিং কৰি ভাল পাওঁ মোৰ পেৰেণ্টছে মোক গাৰ্ডেনিঙৰ নতুন নতুন বস্তু শিকাই থাকে কেনেকৈ অৰ্গেনিক ফাৰ্টিলাইজাৰ বনাব লাগে তাক মোৰ পেৰেণ্টছে শিকাইছে কিচেন ৱেষ্টেদি তো তেনেকৈ মানে বাচ্চাটোক বিজি ৰাখিব লাগে যাতে ইণ্টাৰনেট এডিকশ্যন নহওক
Thank you so much. I think it was fascinating to listen to adolescents. We realize that there are rights in the real world, which extends to the virtual world as well, to the digital space. But again, we understand that there are various forms of crimes or vulnerabilities that children may face online. Thereby, those protections should be in place, various ways suggested by yourself, like maybe adolescent supervision, some controls. And the balance is so critical. Like, when we speak, even I think our DG sir also speaks, that there should be a balance between the virtual world and the real world. Like I said, like Shaurya said that the online world is the playground. I said that should not mean that the real mud playgrounds, disappear someday. So there should be a balance between two. And yes, the rights of children to internet, it's absolutely important. You have the right to access information, access education, form associations and bonds online. But at the same time, you have to and we have to ensure that while you are navigating the digital space, your right to protection is never compromised. With that, I would like to end this session. Thank you so much. Do we take 2 minutes questions? Yes, just two questions, 3 questions, that's it. Yes, Palash? from a transgender organization, right? Yeah, we hardly speak about that space. It's a very vulnerable space.
Yeah, thank you, Miguel, for this, because we are coming and expressing an inclusive organization here and an inclusive community of trans population here. So with our work from Snehbandhan Bond of Love as an organization, we've come across a lot of cases where trans children, because trans children do not fall under the umbrella of the Transgender Protection Act. Because after you are 18 years old, that is when the Transgender Protection Act and the TG card applies to them. So just yesterday when I called you, there was a really vulnerable case where one of the trans child was assaulted and then videos were made and the videos are being viral in the village district of Nolbari now. So and then the local police authorities, they are not even sure what exactly is happening there because the whole concept of trans rights or the transgender identity is not known to them. And we have come across cases where, even population from the LGBTQ are accessing dating apps where they go and hook up, and then, there are cases where children below 18 years are found to be HIV positive or STI positive. So those cases, again, they are again children who have fled from their homes. No consent of parents if we test them or not also. Because by judging their conditions, we know that they are affected either by HIV or either by syphilis. Now,
what would your question be?
Yes.
If you can, yeah,
so the question would be, how would now the entire, I would say even police force of Assam, even Sishu, Mitra, how would they encounter and how they would incorporate transgender rights? Not only just transgender rights, but how they would incorporate the entire LGBTQ population as a whole to get them the inclusive rights they need.
Can you give to the DG, sir? Huh?
So we just had a meeting just about a week ago with your representatives, and we've already formulated a formula and a plan there. And in fact, representatives from your side and our side are studying all the laws together to come out with an SOP. So this is something which we are already very active in tackling, and we are there to ensure that the law is followed both in letter and spirit.
Thank you so much. I think you want to add something to it? Yeah? If you
looking at the global perspective and looking at, the UNICEF stance, child rights stand for every child. So, we are not looking at differentiating between any gender. The rights remain the same. So, so every child has rights and the rights remain the same. So, support should be the same.
Okay, second question, Ketki. And third question, I think, is Dikshita, right? Yeah? Yeah, 3 questions.
Yeah, thank you. I also, at the risk of siloization, I'm speaking for children with disabilities, and I was very happy to hear Mr. Surendra Kumar talk about the story that you told us. We at Shishu Sharathi are grappling with a huge surge of number of children with ADHD, with communication disorders, which we feel, it's not research, but we can definitely get a palpable sense that it is linked to this obsession with the digital world. And what Sir said specifically, this fading of that responsive caregiving and abdicating it to the phone to sort of communicate with the child, and hence the, resulting in the disorders. The whole issue of virtual autism, many of you must have heard about it. That's another problem that we are dealing with on a regular basis, and we are having to unlearn and relearn strategies of working with children whose disabilities stem from this lifestyle and this changing digital world. So, and just one more suggestion based on a question that you had about how do we reach the larger numbers out there who probably do not have access, have not had access to education and so on. I think UNICEF sitting, you're the gurus in behavior change communication, so you really need to ramp this topic up in your sort of agenda of creating awareness about the perils of the digital world. Thank you.
Sure, thank you so much, Ketki. Last question, very short. We are not going beyond 1 minute, so we have one more session to do, and then we'll break for lunch.
Good afternoon. I am Dikshita, a psychologist and a mental health practitioner, currently working with Sarla Birla Gyan Jyoti Guwahati. So my question, sir, is that, being a mental health professional, I have come across and I have encountered so many cases of children getting abused. Or, there are so many violent behaviors also happening in the family, as well as maybe, somebody who they know, right? So from the law enforcement perspective, I would just like to ask that how we as mental health professionals could collaborate with, the police in order to, curb these kind of issues. And how in the future maybe we can save and protect the privacy of the children. Because with children, I have seen that they are very fearful of talking about these kind of issues. So how do we protect their privacy as well as, try to cater to the issues and solve it after that?
Who are you? Who's the question
yes,
for?
Yes, sir. Sir, it was to you.
To me?
No, it was to, yes.
It's a very pertinent question. Please take your seat. In large number of cases, it's very sad. The children are not aware that they have become victim of crime because of their tender age and other regions. And even if they are not comfortable with what is happening, they do not share it with their parents or guardian or caregiver. So this is the problem number 2. And even if the child is aware of victimization and the child has shared with someone the child has trust and confidence in, there is no awareness about the reporting mechanism, where to report, how to report. So there is a need to spread awareness about the various forms of victimization, and I briefly touched upon that. Then how to communicate with child, how to report. And government and police forces, they have done a lot of things for online reporting of crime. We have National Cybercrime Reporting Portal, where seamlessly the complaints can be lodged, evidences can be uploaded, and the progress can be tracked. So in my view, to give short answer to your long question, we have to communicate with child and see even small behavioral changes in the child that we miss sometimes. Is there any change in the sleeping pattern? Does the child remain awake in the night at late hours? Has the child exhibited any behavioral change in eating pattern? How does the eye of the child look? And the list is long. So with all this, we can know something wrong is happening. We can dig deeper and know, report the matter to law enforcement, police, and then the legal process was set in motion. If the matter is not reported, not only criminal process is blocked, but also the support services are also not reaching. Because unless and until somebody is reporting, support services also aren't be reaching the child.
Thank you so much. And at the end, I think thank you, Surendraji, Dr. Madhulika, Banashri, Shaurya, and Medha. It was, I think, a beautiful panel. And at the end, from the Sishu Mitra Resource Center side, all the other groups like, children with disability, children with diverse sexual and, gender identities, children with mental health issues. The Sishu Mitra Center is like a hub. So you can always reach out to us, and we can definitely come together and collaborate and, come up with these deep, long-standing, unaddressed issues, especially with children who are having different kind of issues. So I think with this, I close the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you, panelists. That was a very informative and intellectually rich session. We now have a short felicitation. I would like to request our panelists to kindly remain on stage. I would like to invite Srimati Sarmishtha Borua, AIG Assam Police, to please felicitate our panelists. Shri Surendra Kumar Sir, ADG Vigilance and Anti-Corruption. Dr. Madhulika Jonathan, Ma'am, Chief UNICEF Assam. Our three young students, Banashri, Shaurya, and Medha Jyotinath. Banashri. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Shaurya Khemka and Medha Jyotinath. Thank you. Thank you so much. It has become even more layered. From screen time battles and online classes to cyberbullying and content exposure, today's parents are navigating entirely new challenges, often without a rule book. This session explores how we can equip our parents with not just tools and filters, but with the mindset and empathy required to raise emotionally healthy and digitally aware children. We are joined by a remarkable panel, Srimati Sharmishtha Borua, AIG Welfare Assam Police and Nodal Officer of Assam Police Shishu Mitra Program, Mr. Sunit Jain, entrepreneur, Managing Director and Publisher of G+, Ms. Ronak Khetawat, Chair, Young Indians, Guwahati Chapter, and Ms. Shonan K. Mahajan, cyber expert dedicated to spreading awareness for digital safety among children. The session will be moderated by Mr. Salih Khan, founder of PIIR Foundation. Hearty welcome to each of our panelists. Over to you, Salih.
हाय मोस्ट ऑफ दिस सब हमने बातें तो कर ही ली हैं सारी आप सबको पता है सो दिस सेशन विल बी ए क्विक राउंड अप ऑफ ऑल द थिंग्स व्हिच वी हैव डिस्कस्ड so we have all heard about this phrase parenting does not come with a manual. It was difficult enough back then, but after smartphone I think parenting looks more like running a startup where your child is the CEO and you are an unpaid intern. So in this session we want to explore and understand whether we need to reimagine parenting, the institution which is older than the civilization. So we have a very amazing panel with us. So the format of this panel would be, I'll be asking one common question to all of you, and then we'll have one individual question. So I want you to be quick, short, crisp. So ma'am, the common question to you is old school parenting officially outdated? Do we really need to revisit or rethink parenting, both in terms of not just in homes, in terms of policy, communities? What's your take on that?
Good afternoon, everyone. Salik, I think I would not say that old school parenting is outdated, but definitely it needs an upgrade. The values remains the same, the empathy, the safety, the trust, but when we apply it, it needs an upgrade. And in this digital era, since children are having access to the internet and they are using the digital platform, I think parenting, it's not only the family matter, it's a shared responsibility of the parents, the school, this platform, the law enforcing agency, so that we can make a safer digital world for the children.
That was really short, yeah. Suneet.
Thank you, Salik. I think old school parenting definitely needs an upgrade, like Sarmishta ma'am has said just now. And it just doesn't need upgrade now. It has always needed an upgrade. I think more particularly in the last 5 to 10 years, if you see the time span, ever since the involvement of internet amongst all of us. But what kind of parenting is there in terms of is it dead or not dead, and what kind of upgrade is required, like you rightly said. And because children today are spending so much of their lives online and so much of their time online in the digital space, so we need to be more involved with them. And like the speakers in the previous panels have also informed, there has to be need of more communication between parents and child than before, because the sense of trust and the sense of communication needs to prevail between the parents and the children continuously, while keeping the fundamentals of old school parenting still there. I think that's very important. I would also like to identify myself more of a trad dad, as they say, and not as a helicopter parent. But also at the same time, the areas where new age parenting, I would say, is required, is to build strong resilience amongst children to help them navigate the complex world of internet. It's also very complex. While it is, in today's panel, it may seem like a very scary space. Everybody has been talking about the perils of the internet. It appears like internet is such a bad thing, but it's not actually. Internet is a great thing, and we must all embrace that and use that for the growth of the civilization overall, not just the country and the future of humanity, but civilization. So I look at, parenting, the new age parenting, in a way that we need to build strong resilience amongst children today to navigate the digital space, digital era, so that they understand, and they understand it's of course a risky space. I am not denying that it's not a risky space, but it's also a space full of opportunities and learning and growth. So it needs to be navigated, it needs to be closely supervised. But yes, that's my idea of new age parenting. Yeah.
Ronak?
Thank you, Salik, for this question, I think, and I totally agree with my co-panelists, Sarmishta ma'am and Suneet. I think we need a hybrid model here, where the ethos is intact, where the love is intact, where the values are intact, but then it needs an upgrade, and a major upgrade. Just like technology, every 1 year, every year, something or the new is coming up. We need to cope up with it. Like as medical practitioners, they cope up with the changes, with the technical changes. And now that as a parent, it is, I think I can compare it with a medical practitioner, because we ourselves don't know what is into. I think we are talking about, sharing on internet, but then now AI has taken a space. If you understand, AI is, again, it makes me feel scared every day. that, this is happening and how do I control? Just before coming to the panel, and I just saw that, AI can also make our Aadhaar cards and PAN cards. So I don't know how are we going to do that, but definitely I think we need to start sitting with our children more. There has to be a start and a conversation more. A safe space for children where they can share anything and everything with us. When we were young, I think my childhood, if I go back, my parent used to shut me down, mat bolo, aisa ho gaya. Ye sahi nahi, ye galat nahi hai. But I think that needs to stop. Ye mat dekho, wo mat dekho. That restriction has to somewhere stop. And the conversation should start. And I think this is a beautiful platform. This is India's first platform that we are talking. And thank you, Salik, for having invited me. Thank you, Harmeet sir, for inviting me here and being a part of this beautiful, very, very powerful initiative. I'm thankful to be here. Thank you, Salik.
Shannon, your views?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Waiting for lunch. But quickly, I want to say parenting. I'm a parent of twins myself, pre-teens. So one girl, one boy. Boys and girls, children. How many children are here left? Everyone's gone out? Okay. Any of you play online games? Roblox? Minecraft? You like it? All of us love gaming. No, Harmeet sir correctly said one thing. पुराने ज़माने में हम ना बूमर्स वाले एज ग्रुप के हैं अब नया जनरेशन आ गया है जेन जी जेन अल्फा जेन बीटा लाइफ इज़ चेंजिंग ऑर्थोडॉक्स सिस्टम हैव टू चेंज जैसे हम फ़ोन अपग्रेड करते हैं उसका वर्जन चेंज करते हैं पेरेंट्स हैव टू टेक चार्ज ऑफ चेंजिंग देयर वर्जन वी हैव टू टेक चार्ज एंड कंट्रोल ऑफ just abolishing the orthodox practice. Yes, love, emotions have to remain. Emotions do not need to change into emojis, which they have. And we all need to abide by a fact that, we will, if we need to really tell someone that I love you, or we need to call them and tell them, or just meet them and hug them and say I love you. We don't have to just send a heart and just close off the conversation. I think life has become an emoji for everyone. It's all about WhatsApp, it's all about Instagrams, it's all about just posting pictures. My kids tell me, Mom, khana khane se pehle picture click kar le? I tell them, no. Please live in the moment. Enjoy your lunch. Don't keep clicking pictures and sharing. It dilutes the emotion. It just breaks me down because I come from a generation where we were taught how to, just appreciate everything. Today, every appreciation is in a picture. कुछ अच्छा लगा, photo खींची डाल दी. उस चीज़ को feel नहीं करते. उस चीज़ का moment feel नहीं करते. So let's, again, be mindful, live the moment, and orthodox systems will be there, but we as educators, as parents need to educate ourselves. Everything is available online. We are living in the world of dark web and chat GPT and artificial intelligence. It will take over and we need to cope up and we need to grow in that world, I think. Thank you.
Great. Before I come to the individual question, just want to highlight, you all have received this manual. This manual is a labor of love and research, particularly for parents. All your questions about parenting in the digital age are there. I really want you to go home and please take 2 hours and read it. You will learn a lot of things. So coming back to individual questions, I'll start with you, ma'am. As a cop, you enforce laws, and as a mom, you enforce screen times. Be honest, what is harder?
Screen time. Hands down. Because, see, as a cop, I see the criminal thing, and as a mom, I want the protection. So as a cop, I issue the rules which are rigidly followed in the office, but the real negotiation skill comes when you take the YouTube from the children after 8 p.m. Jokes apart, it's harder. It's harder because we manage the emotion, not only the emotion of the child, but also the peer pressure and the increasing sense of growth of their independence. So the the things that we have to balance between the opportunity and the protection. So as a parent, I have learned that already my co-panelists, they have already said that the most important thing that at present as a parent, as a mother, I think it's not the control, but it's the conversation. Make you available for your kids. Be available for them. So already in the earlier sessions, we have learned that they are bullied, they are blackmailed in the WhatsApp, then some avatars talk to them in the games, but they are not aware that they may become a victim of crime. So when they feel unsafe, so you be the first one to reach, not the last one. Be open to them, have conversations, so that your child comes to you first and they express everything to you.
Okay. So I'm not asking counter questions and follow-up questions because we are short of time. Suneet, so is digital dunya mein we have also seen a very new phenomena wherein the news consumption in earlier times used to be an adult thing, right? Reading newspapers, watching. So the proverbial picturization of a father is जो news चला के देखते हैं, right? But what digital has done is that the digital, particularly Instagram, has created this news format which is readily available, complex issues in 20 seconds, and a lot of kids are also following news through digital mediums, through Instagram. So do you think that these news formats are actually making our kids smarter, more engaged, or they don't understand what exactly going on in the news format and they just consume content for the sake of it?
Very complex question, but yes, important one. I think very pertinent that way. So I would look at again the good side and the bad side of it. So the good side is children today are much more aware of current affairs thanks to Instagram and YouTube and internet overall. So the level of information that they are consuming and the current affairs that they are now aware of in today's time is far, far higher. I don't have data on this, but far, far higher than what we have seen our parents, or at our times also, because, we used to read newspapers and watch television channels for news consumption. But if you ask children of today, they already know the news that has happened today, earlier 2 hours back, and they do not wait for tomorrow's newspaper to watch the news, and they are aware. So that's a big win. I think that's a huge win. And that's why I'm saying that internet is not a bad place. You don't have to paint a picture that internet is scary. Of course,
internet is not a bad place, bhai. This is my rosy roti.
No, of course. I'm just saying. But today's, conversation has built that kind of, picture that it's a very scary space. I agree it's a complex space, but it's the good side, I'm saying, is children today are very, very highly informed individuals on current affairs, and thanks to internet for that. But at the same time, like you rightly said, that, internet design, the way Instagram functions, or like most of the other social media platforms function, is they have designed formats which are designed in such a way that are snackable content, I would say, very quick, easy consumption content. And that has led to sort of, good thing is that, the information, as long as the producer of that content is, creating good content, it works well. But at the same time, a lot of opinion and a lot of misinformation is also packaged in similar content, which becomes very difficult for children to differentiate what is a good content, what is bad content. And that is why it's important to understand that, what you're consuming is information and not opinion in the guise of an information, what appears like news, right? And that's where I think there is a little challenge with children consuming news or information off the internet platforms, because I think that may challenge their critical thinking process, okay? And they need to understand this very, very well, that, what is being told to me via this reel or this post or this, information of the internet is, whether it is right, wrong, what is being not told through this information, what is uh, what is this being indicated towards. So there is a lot of information which is also not told. So that needs to be evaluated. So I think the critical thinking part is the challenge for internet, challenge for children consuming information on the internet in terms of news. But overall, I would say it's a big win. I think we will all, grow to a time when we'll be able to distinguish this as right information, wrong information. I'll take this opportunity in this forum to, tell about G+, how G+ has been built as a, very credible news brand by giving information that is widely accepted and seen as credible most of the times. So that way, children and users of internet, if they are able to distinguish between good and bad content, I think the process will follow here.
I think platforms have also a role to play, but that's a conversation for a time. Ronak, there's another thing called parental controls. So do you think that we should play undercover agents and we should monitor our kids' life using parental? Do you personally use parental controls? And what are your views on being a spy in your child's life?
Lovely question, Salik, again. Undercover agent, as it sounds very fascinating, I myself am not an undercover agent. I have parental controls, but they are not very strict, I would say. That is important. That my daughter is 8-year-old, just to give you a background. So she can only access the kids' account, and she knows that she can only watch content which is 7+. Having said that, it is very, very, very difficult to put every control. They don't just want parental controls coming back, they want emotional controls. They want emotional control, I would say. They have a safe space where they can just come to me and tell Mama, this is something I watched and it's making me uncomfortable. That is where I'm coming from. I just feel my daughter, I think I have empowered her enough that she can come and tell me that, Mama, this is something wrong and I do not like this. And that is where the shift comes. Being undercover agent is not going to work anymore. Surveillance is okay. Surveillance, CCTV hai, surveillance is okay. But then what about what is going inside their heads? What is going inside their mind? You never know where the child is being bullied, what they are watching, what is going on in their head, what they're doing in school, what they're discussing in school. Because most of the time, they're not even with us. And with that, talking about, again, undercover agents, I also think that, since they're spending a lot of time in schools, how schools can also play a very important role. I think with schools, I feel that, even they are trying to control that. Most of the schools are telling that, we are asking to ban the children. And they are teaching a lot about digital literacy. They are talking a lot about what is grooming, what is phishing. But are they also teaching digital empathy? Am I teaching my daughter what is digital empathy? Can I just write any comment on the screen? So I think there is a lot to go with more of understanding the child right now at this era than just be an undercover agent. I think we can sit with our children when they are doing internet and they don't feel the need to hide it from you. They can just see that, I'm doing this thing and I'm watching this content, and then we can have a conversation. So I think, yeah, that's it.
Okay. Yeah, so we are really running out of time and my boss is giving me ishares. So, Shannon, since you work with a lot of tech workshops and parents and all these things, and this conversation always comes up that, tech is the problem. Internet is the problem, Meta is the problem. So do you think that tech can be a solution? Are there any tools, technologies which can actually help parent?
This is like the
quickly
question.
Short,
the question, because I feel that everyone feels ki problem to hai. We all know there's a problem, but let's not take it as a problem and let's find out solutions to this problem and revolve around building more solutions. So there are a lot of apps which have come up for parents, for children. And, she just mentioned about spying, surveillance, undercover agents. There is a very thin line between protection and freedom. So today, I'm sitting here as a parent, and if I'm doing a little bit of surveillance on my kids, attending their session, online session, or going checking what's happening, tools today are so well defined, if used wisely, that we can actually do even in laws. If we today, everything, where is the evidence coming from? It is through CCTV footage cameras, through, so tools like basic tools. I mean, we have tools like Net Nanny or Buck, where you can monitor your children. Schools should take up that responsibility of ensuring that there are clubs, cyber clubs, cyber places where communication is happening, people are putting out. So communication part on the forefront is different, but tools in the tech world are many. Let me bring you a few tools like, even in Google Family or Norton, everyone is coming up with apps, tech apps, and as an tech person, I must say that, we must ensure that we are producing more and more tools so that we can protect our children. I think the more the merrier. And when we go on the Google and we search, how can I actually control, my privacy or check on the controls? How can we do a two-way authentication PIN? Everyone is aware that there is a PIN in WhatsApp where that tool should be used. A two-way authentication PIN should be enabled in all controls. Even if you're using Instagram or Facebook or WhatsApp, every platform is offering a tool to be protected. So please ensure that you use those tools wisely, and there is no stopping. This is a new world. This is the world of internet age. We are not asking you to stop. We are not curbing you to stop your emotions, but make sure you use it wisely and use the AI-based tools or the tech tools so that they can protect you.
Thank you so much, Shannon. And I think we are running short of time. So for those who want to know more about digital parenting, we are having a workshop post-lunch. It's a 2-hour long workshop. So we'll continue this conversation in detail in our workshop. So thank you so much, ma'am, Suneet, Ronak, Shannon. Thank you so much.
I would like to request our panelists to kindly stay on stage. Thank you so much for your very lively session and highlighting the dilemmas that parents face in the digital age. I would like to request Mr. Miguel Daskia to please felicitate our esteemed panelists. Ms. Shannon K. Mahajan. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Ronak Khetawat. Mr. Sunit Jain. And AIG Sharmishta Borua. Salih Khan, PIIR Foundation. Thank you all. Before we move on to the next part of the conclave, we'll just take a couple of minutes till the stage is set for the next act. I would like to request all to please present a compelling cinematic act titled Dear Parents, You Think You Know It All? The act is conceptualized by Salih Khan of PIIR Foundation and scripted by acclaimed academic, film and theatre critic, Professor Asha Kothari Chaudhary, ma'am. This cinematic act, performed by two of Assam's finest artists, Kopil Bora and Zarifa Wahed, holds up a mirror to the gaps and blind spots between what we think we know as parents and what the children are truly experiencing online. Our children are navigating an entirely new reality, one that many adults haven't experienced themselves. Let us witness this powerful act, ladies and gentlemen, that speaks not just to the head, but straight to the heart.
Dear parents.
Oh, so you have written to me at last, have you? And you think you know it all, don't you? But you don't. The situation is now turning critical, and you have no idea what I'm going through, Roon. I need to talk to you.
Hello, I've been thinking about you. How are you? And how are the children? I hope they're doing well.
No, Roon. I'm feeling so disconnected with the little ones. I've always been the fixer, the protector, the healer. And now they don't seem to need me anymore.
I know what you mean. Look at my children. We hardly talk to each other anymore. We're constantly, texting. Remember when they would run to me at the slightest pretext? I would mend their broken toys with glue and a little bit of patience.
And I would chase away the nighttime monsters with nothing but a little hug.
And I would pick up my children when they fell, and the bruised knee or the bruised heart healed with my touch in no time at all.
And for the longest time, that was enough.
And then came the screens. I remember you telling me how it was easier to do your chores because the little ones were always busy with their, tablets. But I guess we send them into that trap, into the vortex of the World Wide Web.
Gosh, we have always known that it was a web. It never pretended to be anything else. Did it? The web seduced us, and we sent in our children willingly. Our children trapped, just like us.
Every day, the swipes, the likes, the internet culture, the endless scrolling of a digital childhood with digital friends. And suddenly, what happened to parenting? It's the same story with my children too.
Parenting isn't child's play anymore. Perhaps it never was. Because the truth now is that you can fix a broken toy, sure, but can you fix a childhood submerged in cyberspace? You can wipe away tears with a kiss, but how will you erase the digital footprint?
And here's the part that no one tells you. We are complicit. We are the catalysts. And with every innocent post, we seemingly send our children into this quicksand. With every cute, shareable moment, with every milestone that we broadcast to the world without a second thought. We call it love, but they call it parenting.
But is it really love? If the children never got to choose.
We say, I'm proud. I want to capture this moment. I want to share joy. But what happens when that joy becomes their burden?
And when that bath time video becomes a meme.
When the school photo becomes a data point.
When the tantrum becomes a digital scar.
We want to protect them from the dangers of the internet. But what if we are the ones who are letting them get exposed to this? We tell our children, be careful with what we share online. But maybe it's time we tell ourselves the same thing.
Because unlike a lost toy or a scraped knee, this is forever.
All their innocence archives stored in cyberspace.
Trapped for eternity, entangled in the World Wide Web. So dear parents, before you hit post,
and before you let the world in,
before you turn your child's life into a reel for strangers to consume,
let's ask ourselves, are we protecting them or are we exposing them?
Because parenting in the digital age, it isn't just harder.
It's different. And there are no do-overs here.
Think before you share. Don't be a sharent.
Now let's get off that phone and let's get real.
Today in this room, before all of you,
We aren't just talking about a safe internet for our children.
we are here to ask you to relearn parenting.
For a
For
future that truly belongs
to our children.
Thank you, Kopil and Zarifa. That was a stunning and thought-provoking performance. You have both so beautifully captured the tension, the confusion, and the love that sits at the heart of modern parenting, reminding us that digital parenting is not about control, it is about understanding, staying curious, open, and most importantly, staying connected. I would like to request Salih Khan to please felicitate our two dynamic artists, Kopil and Zarifa. Can we have them both on the stage, please? Because you were taking a picture. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Kopil Bora. Zarifa Wahid. A big round of applause for their beautiful performance. With this, we have come to the end of today's conclave. I would like to thank each one of you for being here and for taking part in this important conversation. I would like to request all to kindly proceed towards the lunch. Just a small announcement. There's a valuable workshop on digital parenting by Salih Khan after the lunch at 3:30 precisely. I would request parents and educators and anyone interested to participate. It will be facilitated by just a short felicitation. I would like to request Miguel Das Kia